Check one, two.
I don't have everything up yet. So.
David, can you hear?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
David, can you hear?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. I can hear you. It's a little muffled, but I can hear you. So,
Okay, it's just my headset.
okay. That was
All right,
good. Thank you.
no problem.
Yeah, well, like. Oh, no, I only have to.
Okay, this is the Tuesday, February 27th, 2024 City Council meeting, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Orgill,
Here.
Councilmember Weiss.
Here.
Councilmember Whalen,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Renagi,
Here.
Mayor Kemp.
Here. Okay, as we're coming out of closed session, I'll ask our city attorney, Megan Garibaldi, if there's anything to report out of closed session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to the items listed on the closed session agenda. There was no public comment in advance of the 4 p.m. convening of closed session. All 5 council members were present. The City Council reached items 1, 2, 3, and 5 on the closed session agenda. There was no reportable action taken on any of those items. As to the remaining items, the City Council ran out of time and did not reach them, so they were not discussed.
Okay, thanks, Megan. Okay, at this time, we'll open it up for public communications. This is for anything not on the agenda. Please come forward.
Good evening, council and staff. My name is Gary Kasich. The discussion on community pool is still on the tentative agenda for March 12th. I'd like to thank the council and staff for listening to, or at least tolerating our input on the project over the last several months. Given that this is slated to be a discussion and there will not be a recommendation, can we expect a document similar to what a staff report would look like? When would that be posted and when would that be available for review? This decision for the pool is complicated by the options and actions of our school district. I'd be interested if more offers have been received from the district other than the one that the city received in December. Given that the school district has made a decision to proceed with their construction of a pool without city participation, does that change city expectations? In fact, because they're going forward without the city, does that effectively mean their offer's been rescinded? To residents, I'd like to remind that 26 cents of every property tax dollar goes to the school district and 25 cents goes to the city. The school district has an $83 million budget funded by local taxes. At these council meetings, I've listened to fiscally engaged community members comment on a variety of city spending, tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars for dining corrals, new vehicles, legal expenses, and the like. All good, important, and valid civil discourse. That said, I do wonder about the level of awareness on the other city entity, Laguna Beach Unified School District. Given that they've approved a $16 million capital spend with only a handful of public comments. The school board approved the $16 million project regardless of participation with the city, though they knew it was available. Further, they allocated $10 million from their general fund to avoid having a bond issue where the public could weigh in. Hopefully, the actions of the school board will be part of the discussion on March 12th. Hopefully, this body can influence the current direction of the district in defense of its residents. The unilateral action of the board is simply them bullying the city to accept a single massive pool of their design, of their cost, in their selected location that doesn't work for residents. I trust the city will see this action for what it is and hope residents will do so as well. Have a good evening.
Okay, thanks, Gary.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Keating, AKA the Pool Lady. So I'm coming up actually to talk about this whole issue. I'm pretty appalled at how the process has gone down. I went and visited the 3 sites in South Laguna where it could be put, and I'm really concerned because we're losing Gelson's in the Montage area. We've lost 3 businesses. South Laguna really has bearing the brunt of many of the visitors we have each year, and there's almost nothing done for community members. I actually would suggest that we do 2 pools, a competitive pool at the school where they can have crowds and everything else, and a second community pool where we can tootle along, swim, talk with people, and have community relationships, either at Lang Park or at St. Catharines. I've looked at both sites. The Alta Laguna site is not as feasible, it's too high. I suggest put all the competitive sports, the pickleballs, the dog parks, everything up there where you have lots of space, people can run around, you can have amazing facilities, and that you make the community pools in the community for the community. I feel that we need also in our community pool that it be salt water, that we have a therapeutic pool. My youngest son has autism. Well, he's now graduated from college. We went to New Jersey for 2 years for early intervention. He had swimming and therapeutic water and aquatics. And I would love to see something like that available to children on the spectrum, or to have all those people with hips and shoulder injuries and everything have a pool that they could actually use as a therapeutic pool. There's, what can I say? I'm sort of concerned. There's a huge amount of money spent in I used to live in South Pasadena. In South Laguna, we bought this restaurant. If nothing else, liquidate that and put the money into building it. I'm really concerned because as a swimmer, every day, I have never been asked by the school district, and neither has anyone I talked to yesterday or the day before about what they want. We heard through the grapevine that we were going to be all kicked out and we could go to Dana Point or we could go to Laguna Niguel. There's nothing done for the swimmers, and most of these people can't just trek over to Crown Valley. And I don't want to spend my money in a city other than Laguna. So I think you have a responsibility not only to look at what's happening to the businesses in South Laguna, but to actually put together something where people actually have some investment. I've seen, and I'd like some transparency because I also know board members have been involved with the school district, and the school district is going on ahead and they really don't care. I mean, I'd like to see Olympic pool there. Yes, put it in and keep all the competitive swimming there and let all the other people go to the community pool and make it a proper community center. We live in a community that's having all these tourists coming in and there's almost nothing for us. And I'd like to know how much money is spent on the village, North Laguna and South Laguna. And I do not want to be divisive. I have a nice little folder, circular that I'm going to pass out, a pool for all.
Time.
Okay, that's it. A pool for all. And I'll give you all, and I really want you to come and support the next one.
Hi, Mayor Kemp. My name is Gene Felder. I live at 2680 Park Avenue. I've been receiving a vocabulary word of the day, trying to increase my vocabulary. It hasn't worked out too well, but just recently I've learned Zoom bombing, and I would like to address the city council as an individual, but I'm sure everybody in town agrees that we compliment the leaders, the city council and staff, and how you handled the Zoom bombing. It was reprehensible, and I think you handled it as best as you could. I'd just like to mention the promenade and poll. I'd like to encourage you to try to get as much citizen resident input on what people would really like to see down there. So it would encourage a new poll and asking the poll questions in a way that provides, counterbalancing information like costs. So it's one thing to ask me if I'd like to have a dance band or on the promenade. I said, well, yeah, sure, why not? But, might get a different answer if you say it'll cost $3.3 million. You might get a different answer if you say, because removing the parking spaces, we lose so much revenue. And because of that, there might be pressure by some in town to build parking structures. So I'd encourage you to do that.
Good evening, Council. Trevor, I have a PowerPoint. Laguna has failed me. Next slide. And it's failed Laguna, and it's failed the city. last week I met with Sean Joyce. I expressed concerns about grave mistakes and potential liability Laguna faces in the wake of Mr. Weiner's departure and tenure. Next slide. Hold on this one. Council's apparent public policy is don't ask for permission, ask for forgiveness. This was most apparent about this go back one, please. Monster project at 1001 San Jose, blocking my views, where DRB and council approved 21 inches of view equity losses over prior approvals, unprecedented in Laguna history. Now skip this one. Before DRB heard this matter, my neighbor, who is an engineer, found discrepancies in the survey done by Toll Engineering on his house with the survey done on 1001 San Jose, remarkably also done by Toll. This comparison shows Toll came up with a half a dozen different elevations on their own surveys. Surveys are supposed to be a constant, especially done by the same company. Next slide, please. Toll surveys did not even reference the required Orange County Vertical Control Network, which is the North Star for topo surveys to be consistent with one another. Next slide. My neighbor reported the discrepancies to Mr. Weiner, asking him to confirm the findings. Please let me know when you confirm this error. Next slide. Mr. Weiner responded, "We are looking into this situation." Sadly, we all relied on Mr. Weiner's word. Next slide. Another surveyor, Apex, came up with lower elevations that comported more closely to Toll's original numbers, but council and DRB rejected Apex's survey as a mistake. On what basis was that, council? Next slide, please. Did Mr. Weiner ever look into the situation as he promised? Next slide. Did council ever look into this, and why not? Next slide. Did Mr. Weiner red flag this, ever investigate this, ever contact the building department, ever order a city survey? Next slide. Did Mr. Weiner testify about this when he appeared before DRB that council relied on? You should know by now the answer is emphatically no. Next slide. Did DRB or council know that you were voting on a project based on incomplete information? Wasn't it Mr. Weiner's duty to call for an independent survey and to testify about the survey issues before the DRB hearing? And isn't it council's duty now? Next slide. This is gross negligence on the part of the city that continues to this day, council. Next slide. Council, you wouldn't accept 2 sets of books. Why are you accepting 2 surveys in Arch Beach Heights? I respectfully request this council ask the city and city staff to have a survey that provides independent survey done by an independent surveyor that provides definitive answers that our neighborhood, Arch Beach Heights and Laguna, is owed. Thank you.
Just for the benefit of the audience, the timer is invisible. Our city clerk has got a timer running. She's watching it. And so we'll universally apply that 3-minute limit to everybody. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Heather Chalmers. In 1985, a grove of 6 pine trees was added to the city's heritage tree list at the request of the homeowner who planted them on their property at 465 Hillage Drive. 25 years later, 3 of those trees had already been removed from the property due to failure. And in the middle of one night in 2013, a 4th tree fell over, damaging 2 houses with no warning. Since 2021, the city and its planning department have been advised on numerous occasions that the 2 remaining heritage trees of the original 6 are also likely to fail and cause destruction when they do. The city has received 3 separate arborist reports indicating impending doom regarding the probable failure in the near future of these 2 remaining trees. Despite applications from the previous owner at 465 Hillage in 2021 and an application from its current owner about 8 months ago, the city has failed to reasonably process requests to remove these trees, even though they are a clear and present danger to life and property. One of those trees is only 27 feet away from my home, and it's 63 feet tall, and it leans like the Tower of Pisa over my home. The arborist said he believes the most likely failure scenario would be for the tree to topple onto the neighboring home to the northwest. That is my home. Please, I am asking you to immediately grant the applicant permission to remove both trees at their own cost, or at a minimum, to remove the threatening tree that will destroy my home. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Heather.
Good evening, council. Thank you for your service. Appreciate it. In prior weeks and months, Sensible Laguna has provided information to city staff and council members that clearly shows it just doesn't make sense to join in the mega pool project proposed by the school district. There are other good options that would be better for both entities and, of course, the residents of Laguna Beach. Today, the city already pays 97% of total operating costs at the current pool, provides all staffing, and manages and schedules it. In short, you already pay for, operate, and maintain your own pool, but it just sits on district land. It is time for Laguna Beach to have its own city community pool and for the school district to have its own competition pool because it's better for taxpayers, residents, and the kids. If the city has its own community pool, it will not only save millions versus joining in the mega pool, but could significantly increase city program and usage flexibility. Such a pool would substantially boost dedicated capacity for residents and all non-high school city-run aquatics programs. For the high school kids, consider that if the district had its own state-of-the-art, right-sized competitive pool, it too could save millions and still exceed all CIF competition requirements, increase its own program and usage flexibility, and have much more dedicated capacity for high school coaches and high school student programs. The high school pool could be the same size as the large one recently constructed. It's at the much bigger Marina High School in Huntington Beach. They have more than twice the number of students at over 2,000 versus only 877 here. For its part, the city could build a pool similar in size to what exists today, including the baby pool, and put it on city land in multiple possible locations. Having two pools in Laguna Beach not only solves the water traffic jam issue that happens right after school, but saves the city and school district millions each and significantly expands program flexibility and resident access. Since pools typically last 30 to 50 years, the difference in building and operating your own pool over that period versus the mega pool is a whopping $20 to $60 million. This significant savings could then be spent on other city priorities like undergrounding, sewer repair, housing, new fire stations, and things like that. Finally, everyone seems to forget that in just a few short years, Great Park in Irvine is scheduled to build and open 3 huge pools just 13 miles up the road at Canyon and the 405. That mega facility has financial commitments for tens of millions of dollars from USA Water Polo and USA Swimming, and you can be sure parents with talented kids will no doubt consider this because access to professionals and college coaches will be dominated by that location. There are good pool locations, and we have many city needs. So let's seek to do what makes the best sense for all of Laguna Beach as we move forward. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Steve.
Good evening, members of the council. City Attorney Garibaldi, I wanted to applaud you for the amount of information that is now in the closed session reports in terms of legal cases. I would absolutely love to, I've been working on this for years. I used to work with Assistant City Manager Kieran on getting these reports so that we can share with the public exactly what it's costing us in terms of legal fees, cases, settlements, and those kinds of things. So thank you for at least listing them. It helps to see, and it also helps to know that some of the claims may be valid and some may not. So thank you. Secondly, I'd like to talk to you all about term limits. I have asked multiple times over the years for you to consider term limits. 30 out of 34 cities in our own county have gone to term limits for council members. It makes no sense to me why it's being ignored or rejected. I'd like you to please take a look at it. I don't think the public needs to have to go petitioning litigation, whatever it's going to take to get that accomplished. I'd like to seriously take a look at it and one of you move it forward for public discussion. Thank you very much for your time.
Hi, Michelle Monda. I'd like to echo MJ's comments about term limits. I'd like to remind you what our founding fathers said about serving the public, and that was, it was a duty and it was an honor to do it, and it was not meant as a career. So when I sit here and look at 12-year members of the city council, and some working on 12 years, that kind of leads me to believe you really aren't in the spirit of what the idea of public service is about. And if you can't get something done in 8 years, I agree 4 is not enough, but 8, if you can't get it done in 8 years, what makes you think you're going to get it done in 12? Why would you not want to get out of the way? You've served honorably. Now leave. Let someone else take it over. And one other, at another meeting, I told you what my management professor told us, that no one is inexpendable, that you're sitting in that seat today. Just because you're there doesn't mean you need to be there forever, because in 4 years, somebody else could be there and have new ideas. And I think it's time that you consider the fact that you need to put a control on how long people serve. And I mean that for everybody, all the boards and things. The second thing I wanted to talk about tonight is the Zoom bombing that happened last week. I was very impressed with the way you guys handled it. I thought it was sad that we didn't know this kind of thing could happen in advance and there wasn't a game plan put in place, but I thought you all did a great job. I was wholeheartedly in favor of closing down the meeting. The only thing, and what I feared the minute that it happened, is what you are doing now. And that means you're going to not allow Zoom meetings again. And I'm down here all the time, you know that, but there's lots of people who can't come down. There's lots of people who are elderly or they have young children. They can't make these meetings. I ask you, please consider ways to make Zoom calls again, make them safe. 100% I agree with that, because what happened 2 weeks ago was beyond disgusting. But to shut everybody else out. And we all agreed. I sat here and listened to the council at the end of COVID saying, wow, it's worked so well. And we have so much more participation that we really need to continue this, even though you didn't have to. You chose to do that. And my fear is that now you're choosing to shut down those voices because you just can't be bothered. And Alex, I know you feel that public comments are dragging you away from the important things that you want to rule on, but I really think you need to consider the public here.
Good evening, Steve McIntosh. Back in 2018, the city, along with an amenable school district, created a plan to resolve expanded city recreation pool use and modern aquatic high school needs. What did that mean, actually? Well, it meant that the city created a 33-meter all-deep competition pool with an additional shallow lap and kiddie pool with a design plan for Lang Park. The plan was that the high school would continue to practice at the current 25-meter pool on the campus site, but would play their water polo games and have swim meets at the new state-of-the-art pool at Lang. In addition, all of the city programs would move to the new pool and would start at earlier times, allowing for kids to be home early and opening the pool up for many after work swimming that has been asked for many, many years. The pool was killed off after at least $150,000 worth of study and design. That brings us to today, some 6 years later. The high school not only has the exact same programs today, they're still playing in a pool that, while technically meeting regulation, is not regarded as a place to play a certain caliber of water polo. We at Sensible Laguna understand that the high school needs a larger pool to play their home games. It is indeed time. At the same time, the recreation programs have grown and occupy the same pool. However, because of time constraints, these young kids are practicing in the pool till 9 p.m. This is very unacceptable. Studies show that the 50-meter Olympic-sized pool that has been approved by the school district will not resolve the fact that city rec kids will still be in the pool at 9 p.m. This is just not just a pool size issue, it's a pool scheduling issue. Plus, that 50-meter pool totally eliminates the kiddie pool altogether. So what's the answer? 2 pools, as it was decided back in 2018 to resolve the issues. Only this time, the city builds their own 25-meter pool to accommodate their programs at any time and to service the entire community, including seniors and kiddies, saving $600,000 a year in additional staffing costs for a 50-meter pool. In turn, the district builds a 35-meter all-deep competition pool that handles all 25-meter floating goal water polo games, saving the taxpayers an additional $8 million up there. So like the high school water polo coach said in September, if the city builds their own pool, I would not have to get players out of the pool at 6 p.m. I wouldn't have to have all my players in the pool at once, and I could stagger them and practice longer. That sounds like a win-win. Don't just take our word for it that 2 pools are needed. Not only does history show it, school board trustee Jan Vickers stated in this very room last June 6th, twice, that 1 pool, no matter how large, will not take care of the problems, and there will still be kids in the pool at 9 p.m., and that the city needs to step up and build another pool to service their programs. It saves taxpayers millions of dollars, and it just makes sense. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
I'm here with a mea culpa. Something happened while I was on the council, and I certainly was in part responsible because I didn't notice it. I'm talking about $348,000 that the city has to pay for a lawsuit that the city won. This is about 337 Hawthorne, and the players were Mike Ray, he owns the house. Larry Noakes was the attorney, and Phil Kahn was the city attorney. Someone said I shouldn't come up here and speak because I did something wrong. Yes, I did do something wrong. But in all those years that I looked at things that came through, I never noticed what was part of this. And what it is, well, it's a long story, and the details I can't go into, but CEQA was part of the issue, and the city failed to do something. And as a result of something that Rattan Tucker's attorney did, caused the city to have to pay $348,000. It doesn't make any sense. As far as I know, it never happened before. I don't know if there was a deal that happened with Larry Noakes and Phil Kahn and Mike Ray, or however the language went, but there are a lot of details, and I'm sure that hopefully people are going to pay attention to this, and we can, 1, make sure it'll never happen again, and 2, get that money back by figuring out what happened. Thank you.
Thank you. How are you? I'm Thomas Fleming, and I used to live in Laguna Beach. It's a beautiful beach, beautiful city, absolutely beautiful. But I don't live here anymore. And so I run here about 20 miles a day, just because I'm a dog trainer and I have to run up to about 20 miles to train dogs, because, this Chihuahua right here takes about 10 miles every other day to get her trained, right? Because there are a lot of fake dog trainers in Laguna Beach. They don't know that that's what it takes to train dogs. But back to my thing. I came here in 2018. First time I ever spoke here. 2018. I said, you shouldn't put in the 5G towers. Why? Because of radiation, right? That was late 2018, early 2019. What happened after 2019? COVID, the same exact symptoms as radiation from 5G towers. 5G tower radiation is COVID symptoms. I said, you shouldn't put in these 5G towers. Shouldn't been in these COVID 5G towers because they have radiation sickness, which is COVID symptoms. Now, if y'all remember COVID, right? When COVID hit, why did you put in those 5G towers? Did you read the research of what would happen when you put in the 5G towers? Did you read? Did you read the reports of the radiation sickness that occurs from 5G towers? Did you read it? You are all complicit in the genocide of United States Americans. I served my country for 7 years in the United States Navy. I protected the Constitution of the United States with honor, courage, and commitment. I don't see that here. I do not see protecting the Constitution of the United States. I do not see the protection of the United States residents. I see genocide and complicit in it from these leaders of Laguna Beach and many other towns and cities. Why? I'm pretty sure you made a pretty good chunk of change, right? Or someone did, right? So I can say good job in your genocide, what you committed with the 5G towers. Good job. And that's all I have.
Greetings, council and mayor. Something a little more lightweight than our last speaker. I wanted to talk to you, and I know I've spoken to a couple of you about the Laguna Locals program. And it's my understanding that it ends at the Act 5 parking lot. And I'm just wondering why that couldn't be extended to our East Laguna neighbors. I know there's a lot of people who live in the canyon who would enjoy having access to that service. And I'm just wondering if that might be able to be changed in order to accommodate our fellow East Laguna residents. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, George. Anybody else have anything?
Good evening, City Council members. Greg Viviani, South Laguna resident. I'm speaking today to talk briefly about the Aliso Creek sand berm situation in South Laguna. It has come to my attention that the city is making efforts to redirect the flow of the current southern flow, which is destroying the south side of Aliso Beach and access, making it more difficult to get to the ocean and limiting amount of sand coming up from the waves, which we need the sand. I want to say great work and efforts done by the Laguna Beach Public Works. Reza, Todd, and his crew are hardworking and have every intention to do what is needed to help. I thank you for that. But sometimes this creek in its uniqueness causes frustration, as I have witnessed with the Public Works and other agencies that have been involved with this situation. I've been breaching this berm for many years without issue, as well as others from the wave riding community and surrounding locals. I have presented you all with tons of indisputable facts, videos, studies, science, proof that when the wave riding community, the locals, or the homeowners breach the berm, when the beach is not crowded, it does in fact help the overall situation. Also, we do this for free, limiting extra costs and city resources. When we breach the berm, this limits the amount of pollution buildup in stagnant water. It keeps the pedestrian tunnel from flooding. It keeps the creek flowing straight, so the homeowners to the north are happy, and the beach doesn't have a canal running through it like it does currently and has been for the last week. This creek mouth cannot always be breached by hand and sometimes needs heavy equipment to redirect the flow, as we are aware. These situations for sure need the help from the Public Works, and we thank them for that. Also, this creek flows more often than you think by itself. It has basically been flowing daily since New Year's Eve because of the high tides and heavy rains we've had. I've literally worked side by side for my volunteer free work to help the OC Parks workers and Laguna Beach Public Works trenching this creek berm sometimes and just get a little workout. This should never be illegal when in fact we are helping for many reasons. I believe it is a total waste of city resources, money, and time when the tower guard has to come make contact, then inform their supervisor when someone's moving sand around the creek mouth. Then they have to relay the information to the park rangers and let the police know, which is literally taking our police and law enforcement away from other more important issues, preventing real crime from happening. This is not a crime. I suggest you amend this current directive for the Marine Safety Department and law enforcement. At most, a couple tower guards would be needed to oversee the temporary flow of the actual creek when it starts flowing water, just how the county used to operate. No more useless laws at Aliso Beach. I currently have over 7,700 signatures and counting on my petition with people that support my facts. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I hope you guys understand the situation is very important to me and the Wave Riding community and homeowners as a whole. Please stop believing the lies and propaganda that have been given to you for many years, which I have debunked time and time again.
Time.
I believe in facts and the truth, and I hope you will also. Let's all focus on filtering the urban runoff coming down from upstream during the non-rainy seasons. Sorry. That's a lot.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Nice to see you in person for a change. I was looking over the agenda for today's meeting, and I am very alarmed. There are, I think, 16 items on the consent calendar, and a good number of those are major in terms of their consequences to how our government will be run. It's about 235 years ago, the Constitution was ratified. And in recent years, that's been difficult to maintain because of people that I think don't have respect for the citizenry. And I know that all of you are in service. And I assume that when you ran, it was to better the council, better the city. But some of the initiatives that are being brought forward are doing the opposite. So I'm going to say that I'll quote the previous speaker who said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We have 16 major items on the consent calendar. And the irony is that one of them is dealing with for citizens not being able to pull items from the consent calendar. If that were to go into effect, then those 16 items would have to, there's a labyrinth created that citizens cannot request that those items be discussed, brought into for discussion. So when those come forward, I would hope that those are going to be removed from the consent calendar because they deserve a robust discussion. And I think the citizens of the town are not your enemies. They want to see the city operate in the best and most efficient way that it can to represent the citizens and businesses. And I trust that you will want to do the same. So those are my 2 cents. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay.
Hello, Council and Christoph. I'm speaking about something that happened as a result of the Zoom bombing and the postponement of the item about the tree at the roundabout. And it's now on next Thursday's agenda. So I'm going to speak about it now because I believe that I would like to ask you to continue that item so that you can provide, so that the arborist who did the testing on the tree can create a report evaluating his own work. And it's very strange that an arborist is hired to do analysis and testing, but not allowed to summarize what it means either in writing or in person. I know he was scheduled to come to the meeting last time, but now we have time to actually ask him to do a report. And I think that would be very much justified. The reason in the staff report that they give for not asking him to do a report is that he had previously issued a letter on the subject. However, in that letter, he didn't make a recommendation about whether the tree should go or not. He said further testing should be done before making a decision on removing the tree. To me, that sounds like an objective point of view, and he recommended the tests that the city asked him to do. He did them. we want to know what is his evaluation of those test results. And you have the time to do it now. I urge you to continue that item that's scheduled for Thursday until such time as that report has been completed. Thank you.
Anybody else for public communications? Okay, I'll close public communications. We'll go to council and city manager report. I'll start with our city manager, John Joyce.
Thank you. I would just want to bring to everyone's attention that the city has applied for an OCTA Project 5 grant to extend Laguna Local to neighborhoods off Laguna Canyon Road and El Toro Road. So I know that that's been an interest of all of yours, and we hope to be able to continue that service.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Wise?
We'll learn that in April.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to make a few comments. One about the Laguna Music Festival, which was, I attended one of the events, and also the Dance Festival, which were just outstanding. And I'd recommend anybody look into those for the next year. I think these events are getting better and better, these festivals every year. They're 3-day events each, and it's really worthwhile to go to the new Playhouse and see them. Also, I appreciate staff's responses to many of the inquiries I make on behalf of residents who call me about small things and large things. I appreciate staff responding to those quickly. And I also wanted to commend, I want to make a comment on Ann's comments on the tree. Just for background, this tree was at the roundabout, and it's one of the trees that is in this roundabout area that's historic. It was one of the first developments in Laguna Beach, and it survived the very big rains we just recently had. It survived the rains we had a year ago very well. There was some work done on it by a contractor and maybe had hurt some roots, but the tree is now was slated for removal, and then council generously allowed for some testing from a very specialized arborist to do some sonic testing to see if the roots were damaged and this tree had failure, and some other tests as well. Unfortunately, that arborist was not allowed to complete the summary of his data or conclusions. And we hired another arborist to do that, which is probably like not something council necessarily recommended or approved.
George, excuse me, you just have to be careful. Remember, it's not agendized. So you just
Okay.
have to be a little careful.
Okay, well, that's, I just want to say, I do think that there's a need for us to have an impartial analysis from the original arborist is all I can say. If there's time to do that, I would recommend we do that. My next item is I commend our city attorney, Megan. I want to comment on what former Tony Eisman said, former 20-year, 4-year member of the council on 337 Hawthorne. First of all, I want to commend Megan for initiating an indemnification policy that city community development will follow. Unfortunately, in this case, I don't care if this was my neighbor. This is a lot of money. We spent $275,000 in attorney's fees for the plaintiff and another $73,000 to our own attorney in fees. And the fact of the matter is, this was seen by DRB not more than once in October of 2020, when DRB recommended an indemnification clause. I'm not 100% sure it was taken up or approved, but in 2022, same thing came up in November, and that indemnification clause was approved unanimously to be adopted, and it never did get adopted. So something happened twice that looks very curious, and the fault lies, I don't know where it lies because I'm not sure, but certainly the city attorney, there's a possibility that there was some negligence there on their part. And if that's the case, I think we should make a claim with Rutan and Tucker to get our money back. That's just something I think that's our duty to do as fiscally watchdogs of the city. I'm not looking to hunt heads, but I would do this for anyone who this happened to because it was a real special case of favoritism and it's a lot of money. So I'm moving, I'd like to make a motion for the city council to discuss whether in a public session, whether we should launch an investigation or not. I'm not saying we should. I'm not saying it should be an investigation, an internal inquiry, but I'd like to make a motion right now for council to have that item agendized for a future meeting. Do I have a second? Okay, thank you. That's all I have. So council doesn't want to pursue that.
I
Great.
just wanted to clarify that
Well,
that
go
it's
ahead.
only a direct, you're requesting for a future item to be brought back. We can't actually discuss any of that this evening because we're not agendized for the matter. So just wanted clarification on what you're requesting.
Okay, what would you repeat that, Megan? I'm sorry.
We don't have an agenda item on that, on the item that the matter that you just raised. And so I just wanted to clarify what you're just asking for someone to concur with you to put that on a future agenda item, or are you asking for discussion?
Oh,
of
I'm
that?
asking for a discussion of that, of whether we should investigate that, what happened there, because think we need to know whether it was sole responsibility of the city attorney to do that, or what else was involved, what happened, and who was, what happened that didn't happen correctly. I'm asking the city council to discuss whether it should be an inquiry.
Understood. And so we're not agendized for that discussion tonight. So,
No, not at all.
so we would have to effectively follow the council process for putting that on an agenda item, which I think is maybe what you were trying to do with your request right now.
I thought, so you're saying that this needs to be in a written format to the city manager and the city.
Well, actually, the
Mayor.
way in which you're going to potentially have council member requests made change tonight pursuant to the policy on the agenda. I was just clarifying that I just wanted to clarify that we can't discuss the matter tonight. That was.
Oh, I understand
was
that.
strictly my.
I wasn't
Okay.
interested in discussing, I was for a future agenda item. So if you're saying that I need to write that up and submit it.
What? You have to comply with the policy. Right now is the written process that may change later this evening, depending on the council's
Okay.
action.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Orgo.
Well, along the same lines, I'd like to commend the city attorney for her recent progress on how she reports out legal issues. And I do think that we'll refine that over time and be able to articulate some specific issues related to that. I think that it would be good for the community to understand several things. Actually, one of the things that comes to mind is the cost associated with a lot of these lawsuits that we get involved with. And I just think that it would be healthy for the community to understand what's behind it and some of the details. So I look forward to seeing that policy broadened a bit and to allow for more information.
Okay, thanks, Mark.
Just two quick items. This coming Saturday, the Laguna Art Museum is having its California Cool Auction. There's over 140 artists that will be there, many of them local from our festivals. Tickets are still available, so I encourage anyone who's interested to attend. It's always a fun evening. And then our city treasurer has an item that she wanted to share with the public on regarding the upcoming sale of bonds for Woods Cove. So Laura?
Yes, I wanted to mention to the public that the upcoming Woods Cove bonds, the underwriter has agreed to carve out a portion of those bonds and offer them to Laguna Beach residents for sale if you're interested in investing in Laguna Beach bonds. The process is a little bit different. You'll need to keep an eye out in the paper for the timing of the bonds. You'll need to open an account with the underwriter. Bonds are sold in $5,000 increments, and there's a single day that those bonds are sold, and it sounds like they're going to go out, if all goes well, in early May. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to, following up on the comment that George Dubin brought up, I ride the Laguna Local all the time, but I feel like it's underutilized for what a great asset it is. All the high school kids use it. So I want to figure out how we can get more of our residents to be aware of it and be able to use it. So I don't know if that's something that could come back. I'm excited about the grant opportunity, but I'm wondering if that could be on at our next mid-year budget discussion, if some discussion or an analysis of options for that could be brought forward. And that's what I have. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Alex. I just have a statement tonight. I want to briefly recognize both the Zoom bombing events at our council meeting 2 weeks ago and outside these chambers, that we are aware of some individuals coming to Laguna from out of town to antagonize locals by filming them from publicly accessible areas in an attempt to provoke them and local government officials into violating their First Amendment rights. For those who have experienced these events, I have experienced them myself, they are unnerving and very upsetting. While as the council and its officials, we are constrained by and sworn to uphold the Constitution, we're also aligned in our efforts to ensure that the city will do everything within the limits of its authority to provide a safe space for this community, not only in the public square, but in every other corner of Laguna Beach. Outside of City Hall and in this meeting, we're a city that respects and values each other and that also remains deeply committed to the democratic process. As a city, we have the capacity to demonstrate civility when we are on different sides of the issue that are before us in this room, and also to come together as a community to support each other. When there are comments or interactions that are unnerving, agitating, profane, or hateful, whether in this meeting or on the sidewalk, you are free to ignore them. During this meeting, you're welcome to leave at any time you hear something that you do not want to listen to. We welcome speakers providing public comment. However, this is a limited public forum. As such, speakers must stay on topic if speaking to a particular agenda item, and if speaking during general public comment, they must address matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. And with that, we'll go to our consent calendar. Council, anybody want to pull anything? Ha ha ha.
13.
Mike, we can't do that right now. We're past public comment. I'm sorry, I can't do it.
George wasted, you are a liar, bully.
Excuse me, sir. You
George-
come to the next meeting and you can speak.
Okay, Michael.
I don't appreciate that.
George, okay. Guys, Michael, please. George, no, yell. Okay, we're going to go on to our consent calendar. Okay, who wants to pull what?
Madam Mayor, we have a meeting Thursday night.
Yeah, next-
Speak in public comment Thursday night.
We're meeting this Thursday, Michael.
Thursday night. We'll be here.
Please sue.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to pull item 15. What else do you council want to pull here?
Did you say 13?
15, yeah.
I'd like to pull 13.
Okay, so we have 15, 13, anything else, council? 7, 12.
What did you call?
I pulled 15, you pulled 13, right?
15 as well.
We already pulled that. Anything else, council? Okay, anybody else from the public want to pull anything? 3,
9 and 10, please. You did do 7, 12, 15.
I'll go through the list.
Okay.
9 and 10,
Is there
John?
not now a section where we can talk about things we don't want pulled? Isn't that? This is
No, John,
confusing.
no. No, we're
So
just,
if I want to say something about something that I don't want pulled, I have to pull it?
no, John. You don't have a choice whether or not things get pulled. It's not really up to you, because you can pull what you want to pull, but you can't say you don't want to have things pulled.
Okay, but I'm looking for clarification. The way
Okay, you
Anne
you
Marie,
want to
can
pull,
you
John,
explain?
He,
Anne Marie?
he wants to make a comment on something and doesn't necessarily want to pull it. Under the old rules, he'd have to pull it. Under the proposed new rules, he wouldn't necessarily. So he's just asking if you want him to pull an item to make a comment or just.
That's what you have to do.
Yeah.
All right, 5.
5, okay. So you got 5, 9, and 10, right, John?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we miss anything? This is, this is what I don't like about the process. Ann, what do you want to pull? 6, okay. 7 has already been pulled. 8, you want to pull? Anything else, anybody? Yeah,
Okay, so I'd move items 1 through 2, 4, 11, 14, and 16.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, who pulled 3? I forget. Okay,
Thank you, Council. I'll be very, very brief. I wanted to pull the investment report for December and just point out that this is an expanded investment report. It includes a number of additional items, including there's charts, 2-year cash flow forecasts, interest forecasts for 2 years, investment detail by product category, and investment detail by maturity. That concludes my comments.
okay. Can I get a motion on item 3?
You got to open the public hearing.
Oh, open the public hearing. Any comment on this item? No, okay, close the public hearing.
Move the recommended action.
Is there a second?
I would
All-
just comment that I found the new charts helpful. I think there was the Citizen Audit Review Committee suggested some of that, and I think it's very helpful, very
Good.
beneficial. So, thank you.
Did we get a second?
Yep, we did.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's item 3. Okay, who pulled 5? Sorry, I lost track of all this.
John.
Okay, John, come on up.
Yeah, and I apologize for the confusion. I thought I could actually not pull it and make a comment. I really didn't want to pull it, but my comment is, since it's been pulled, I'm reading a letter on behalf of South Laguna Civic Association. The Board of South Laguna Civic Association supports consent item 5, authorizing the city manager to enter into a security services agreement with Lion Security Service. This program of providing nighttime private security patrols on South Laguna beaches was started by the county and has been continued by the city after it took over control of South Laguna beaches. We thank the city and the city council for continuing the program. Considering the importance, the cost is relatively minor, yet it has a large positive impact on members of the community living near the beaches and beach access points in South Laguna, and presumably in wider areas of Laguna as well. Unfortunately, the cost should be covered for many years in the future from the funds provided by the county for the beach takeover. Nighttime beach security is a natural component of the city's neighborhood protection plan and helps the police department meet its mission to be the safest coastal community in Orange County through exceptional policing and community engagement. We urge the city council to authorize the city manager to enter into that security services agreement with Lion Security Services. I will say that was South Laguna Civic speaking. I just want to add personal note. I also support it fully. Trust me, I see the craziness down there, and it really has been reduced. It has really been cost effective. The only concern I have is I see you're broadening the scope, and I just hope it doesn't get diluted a little bit because the impact has been very good. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. Anybody else want to comment on this item? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Can I get a motion?
I had one question on this, which is, it just wasn't clear to me the duration of this contract. The 369 to 528 is going to take us through what date? It wasn't clear on the commencement and conclusion. I know we're month to month with the current service. Is that going to take us through next June 30? Chief, maybe Chief can tell us.
Okay, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor. Members of the council. It's an annual contract. So I don't know the start and end date. I didn't do the RFP, but it is a annual contract for $369,000.
So this will take us 12 months from
Yes.
whenever the start date is.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks, Chief. You're welcome.
1 second. So did we add additional guards in order to expand the reach over to Heisler Park?
That's correct. So this is an extent, we have the South Laguna armed guards that were paid for by the county. And we extended that to North Laguna, Main Beach Park, Heisler Park, and also the promenade.
Thank you.
Any more questions? No? Can I have a motion then?
Move the recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, number 6, Ann, is that you? Both.
My comment or question or concern about this is I've experienced that when you try to look up a landscape plan from a previously approved project, you can't find it. And we've been to the design review board meetings where they said, oh, sorry, that landscape plan was lost. We don't know what was approved. And then you had the neighbors saying, well, I remember that that tree was not supposed to be there and now it is. And so I'm just concerned that, and architectural things as well, not sure what really was approved because the actual approved plans get removed from the file. And I don't know what happens to them if you have them in a secret file somewhere where staff can look up what they actually say. Because I understand there's a state law that says you can't publish plans because they're copyrighted. But we still need to know what those plans were in the future. And these are historical documents as well. And so I'm just concerned that this records retention program address that issue and make sure that these plans are not lost for future reference.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to comment on this item? Anne Marie, do you have any comment?
No, just that the retention schedule, as far as how documents are retained, didn't change in this iteration. So it's the same as it's been for the last few years.
Okay.
Those documents should be retained, and I'll be the first to acknowledge that wouldn't be the first report that we've been unable to find those, but they are to be retained. And we need to more significantly invest in our digital records retention
Yeah.
program. There's no question about that.
Yeah.
And is that a something that's planned for now?
Gavin, do you know if it is? I don't know that it is. Or Anne Marie, do you know?
So IT has been working on the process on moving forward with a different document retention program. The council will end up having to budget for that if you want to move forward, but that will hopefully help things. But I don't know that it will help address all the issues we've come across.
We can do much better, but we are retaining those. It's akin to knowing something's in the garage, but not knowing where it is in the garage. It's the same as not having it. And so it's an old city, and we have the symptoms that you might expect and we've experienced. But the plans and the types of plans and that you're mentioning should be retained in perpetuity. And nothing we're doing tonight changes that. We need to get better at how we manage our records.
That's correct.
So from this date to the date where we might implement a improved plan or policy, is there an interim solution to at least try to stay caught up?
Hard copies are retained.
Thank you.
We've got a section of this that deals with community development. I'm assuming that's where this would be. I mean, is there currently a line item that talks about it? There should be, right?
There is, yes.
Can somebody point me to that? Building plans, permits. Plan check documents.
Councilmember Whalen, I think you could look on the bottom of page 47. There's miscellaneous planning approvals, landscape plans, hardscape plans, tree removal permits.
Okay, and then P is permanent, right?
Correct. P is permanent.
Okay, so it's covered. Thank you.
Yes.
Anything else on this item? Council? Okay, can I get a motion?
Move the recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, item 7, George, I think you pulled it.
Yes, thank you. This is a item that would partly, there's a number of items on here, but I'm particularly concerned with pulling agenda items at this point that doesn't allow residents to pull them. And I spoke with the city manager about this. I'm concerned that we're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. So I don't know from the data how many items over the year have been pulled and how much time that has taken council to, work through. And if there was a waste of time, what was it? I don't know. So I can't make a decision on this because I don't have the data. I know that we've had appeals that lasted 2.5 hours, and I wonder why they lasted so long, and they're late in the night. So I do want to make the council meetings more efficient, but I'm not sure this is the way to do it. I also object in a way because we're also, with the restriction on Zoom, we're placing 2 restrictions on the public at the same time. And I think until we have our act together with Zoom, so we allow people that are at home, that are infirm, that are old, that can't get out as easily as others to make a public comment on an item, I think that we have to work at that and get that done before we make another decision on something that restricts residents. I also understand that any council person can pull an item and after a public comment is made, but it just seems like it's a little restrictive there. The others items in here, I only object to K at this point. I think we should let that go until we figure out Zoom. Hopefully we can do that soon.
Any comments, council, before I open the public hearing? No? Okay, I'll open the public hearing on this item.
Hi, John Thomas. Yeah, my request is that you clarify this item regarding whether the public will no longer be able to ask that a consent item be pulled for discussion. The current language says a council member, the city staff, or the public may request removal of an item from the consent calendar. This is agenda contents, paragraph K, consent calendar. The proposed language says there will be no discussion of these items unless members of the city council request specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion. Makes no mention of whether the public can request an item. The wording seems to differ from the wording on the past council agendas. And if it means what it says literally, I expect the public reaction will not be favorable. And this is certainly not in keeping with efforts to make local government transparent. I unfortunately feel my timing tonight is not great on this item because I've asked that a number of things be pulled, and I may single-handedly be the reason you're asking the public not be able to request things anymore. So if you want to have a provision that says Thomas cannot ask for more than 3 things, I wouldn't object. But I think the rest of the public ought to be able to do what they want.
So I just want to make a comment. I really applaud what the actions you took here several weeks ago. It was most distressing. And I've been talking to several people. Several of these items relate to restricting access. And I don't know why we're having to sort of reinvent the wheel. The Roberts Rules of Orders and the Brown Act, I'm sure we can get some advice on those. And I talked to colleagues of mine who's involved in civil rights litigation, and they said there are laws you can have free speech, but if it's hate speech, there are laws that you can follow up on and limit it without impacting the First Amendment rights. So I would encourage us, instead of I know nothing about these things. I was on a board for many years, and we all had Robert's Rules of Orders and the Brown Act and all that sort of stuff. So I see the school district on one of their meetings had somebody come in and talk to about that. So I'm wondering if we could get a consultant in and find out, instead of trying to do things without knowing what we're doing.
Good evening, Jerome Pudwell, seldom known for being diplomatic and tactful, pretty blunt. This agenda item would create an absolute disenfranchisement of residents' rights on a great many future city council decisions, which seems to be the intent of the council. This anti-democratic authoritarian measure would remove the voice of the people from city government. Plus, it would enable the council to become the sole autocratic decision maker on consent items. Given the council majority's continuous efforts to silence and marginalize residents, I have to ask, seriously, what kind of government are you trying to run? In regards to the speaker cards needed to speak at city council meetings, where are the details? How are these cards supposed to be filled out? In person at City Hall days beforehand or on the day of the meeting? Can they be filled in online or called in? What info is going to be required? Will those with speaker cards be allowed to phone in their comments? Could phoned in comments be pre-recorded and played back without the speaker being in chambers? Residents have always been able to speak up and discuss agenda items as they are presented. This would rob us of that right. There is so much wrong with this agenda item. Please kill the bill. Thank you.
Hello again. So I'm a college graduate. My field of study was political science, government. And while I'm not able to remember all the things I learned those years ago, I cannot even penetrate what that agenda bill staff report is saying. It is so dense to be worthless. I have a question. Why is this happening right now? What is the need? What has brought this kind of attention to these matters of the public being able to weigh in on items that are coming before? It's not like we have 150 agenda items in the consent calendar. The council chair, the mayor, has the right, if you see that people are lining up to speak on something, going out the door. It's been done in the past. Former Mayor Whalen has done it in the past. Mayor Kemp and others have done it in the past. We'll limit it to 2 minutes. Those are things that kind of pay as you go. But this is a wholesale set of changes that there is no predicate that I can find as to why those are put before the council. And as I said before, the most ironic part of it is it's on the consent calendar. So these kinds of things, I think, should be presented in a manner that the citizenry can chime in. And I look forward to you tabling this until there is more of an explanation so that we can all understand why this is being brought forward. Thank you.
Hi again. I want to agree with the former speakers plural. I don't understand why you're doing this now, except I do know that there was a desire by two people. Alex, I know you verbally mentioned it, that it is bothersome to you that we take up so much time on unimportant things. I firmly agree that some things on the consent calendar should just be put there. The warrants, the city manager knows very well. I mean, they're just sort of ordinary items, the minute, passing the minutes, that kind of stuff. Absolutely. But does anyone recall that the library purchase was put on a consent calendar? That the parking structure MOU was put on the consent calendar? These are major, major items in town. If you don't allow the public to pull items, what's to stop you guys, or our next city manager, because I don't think Sean would do that, from putting very important things on that the public has no right to start asking questions about unless you can get a city council member to pull it. And I don't think it's fair that we have to go through you guys. We should be able to pull these items that we have questions about. And ironically tonight, the first two things that were pulled, one by Ann and one by John, you guys all had a discussion about, you had questions about. So it's not like we were doing it to waste time because you guys asked questions about it. So if it hadn't been pulled by the public, you probably wouldn't have pulled it because no council member pulled it, and you wouldn't have discussed it. But there was a lot of good information that got communicated by having a member of the public pull that item. I'm asking you, I'm begging you, I really am. For whatever reason you were trying to shorten the meetings, and I think George does have a point, go back and take a look at exactly what is it that's causing these meetings to go so late, because I think you guys do an unbelievable job. I know you start at 4 o'clock in closed session, and I see you, sometimes you go till midnight. That's not human, it's not reasonable. But figure out some other way to make things more equitable for your time use than not allowing the public to question some of the items on the consent calendar. Because I really think there's value to that, and it does get you thinking about the things that we've pulled and asking the right questions. And that's what it should be all about. It should be about proper governance, not you guys just deciding, well, you know, you all voted for us and so we're your speakers and we're your minds. It doesn't really work that way. So I ask you, please reconsider this. Thank you.
I just want to add, to hear that closed session that you all didn't get through all of the items on the on your agenda. I don't know how many you didn't get to, but to me, that's a good sign that there's dialogue going on, that you're discussing in-depth issues that affect us. And to me, that's a really good sign. So thank you for that. And if you use the same approach with what we're talking about here, you all have big agendas. When we look at them and you have to go into every staff report, it's critical that the staff reports are thorough. We'd have less questions if they were. I'm an ex-city employee and I've written many, and I do know how to be clear and adequate in my information. So if we can get to that, staff does a really good job. Some of these are complicated, emotional, all of those things. But anyway, I just wanted to add thank you for all the questions that you are asking and the dialogue that's going on, because that makes me feel a little bit better. Thank you.
Here she comes again. I'd just like to discuss the idea of having speaker cards. We haven't had them. It's been raised before and rejected. And I'd like to see us continue to reject the idea of speaker cards. It adds to the stress of the people who are speaking. It prevents the public from organizing their presentations. If they have 2 or 3 people who want to speak on a certain topic and want to speak in order, those cards are turned in and someone is pulling the cards that they want, or just randomly of who should speak, which then ruins the whole flow of what the public is trying to present. And then what happens when the 45 minutes is up and the other cards are still there in the pile and those people have to wait till the very end of the meeting? I think there's a lot of problems here that are created, and they're trying to solve something that works pretty well the way we do it right now, informally. Thank you.
Any other comment on this item? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. We'll bring it back to council. Comments,
I have
council?
a question for the city manager. Does this agenda item mandate speaker cards?
No, they may be used. And
Okay. And then what was the, okay, sorry.
So what would be an occasion when we would use speaker cards? I don't remember ever using speaker cards here, but what would be an occasion?
If there were a very long, big crowd and you wanted to queue folks up 10 at a time so that they're ready. I abhor them, generally speaking, to be honest with you. But the draft policy says they may be used. And it would be a case where if you had, even I've been here where we have a lot of folks speaking. And so if you wanted for the city clerk to be able to call out 10 names, people get in the queue, then call out the next 10 names, people get in the queue on the rare occasion that there's a huge crowd. That's the idea. If there's no appetite for it here, you can eliminate any reference to employment of a speaker list and move on from there.
My other question is about, do we know how other cities, do we have any data on how other cities do their consent calendar?
A member of this council asked for that this morning and has that information. I did not keep a copy for myself.
Who has that information?
Yeah, but we did about, I asked the staff, let's see how many, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So about 70% of the cities, maybe 60 to 70%, they don't, that were asked. Because I kind of asked this at the last minute, like, can you guys give me some data? About 60%, can the public pull items from consent is no, and then the other rest were yes. So
Yeah.
we have an incomplete data set, but that's what I got.
I mean, I kind of sort of see this as just a process issue because either way, as written, the public is still going to be able to have the exact same ability to comment on consent calendar items. I guess the difference would be that if you wanted to speak on multiple consent calendar items, you would be limited to 3 minutes each. I think that's the crux of the issue that we're dealing with here. And so, yeah, I'm open to what my colleagues
Well, I
think.
think the difference would be that it wouldn't be open for debate, that specific item, if it's, unless I'm misunderstand, if it's brought up during the consent calendar, they can talk about it, but then it wouldn't open it up unless a council person pulled it.
Well, I think the way it works, Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way it would work is okay, it's time for the consent calendar. Does anybody want to make a comment on anything on the consent calendar, however many items? Let's say there's one, you make one, say I got 3 minutes. I have an issue on number 3, number 7, and number 9. That's the way this is written, right? And then the council members can pull them for discussion or pull their own or whatever. Is that right?
They could be moved by those comments to remove an item from the
Yeah.
consent calendar.
Okay.
So
So is that clear? That's how it's written. So that's the explanation, just to be clear.
So let me ask, that you have public comments and then you have consent calendar comments. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Sean? Okay, and then there is no debate unless the consent item is pulled by a council member with convincing sort of if they want to, or to their discretion to pull it. Okay, and I don't know, again, I don't have the data. There's no data in this report that tells me how many items have been pulled in the last year by residents that have wasted our council's time. I don't know of any. I can't name any. So I can't vote for something I don't have the data for. It doesn't solving a problem that doesn't exist.
Well, I think Alex put his finger on it. It really does come down to that. There were, let's say there were 7, I don't know, 7 or 8 items pulled tonight. One person could speak for 24 minutes on 8 items. And under this new policy, this new procedure, you could speak for 3 minutes on the consent calendar. And you could say, I'm concerned about, like you said, 3, 5, 9, whatever it is. Or, I want you to poll council 2, 4, and 6. You've got 3 minutes as opposed to 24 minutes. And, for better or for worse, that's the only difference. It's the amount of time you get to speak to the consent calendar. It's still going to be debated. And people can come up, and there could be 10 speakers that come up on consent calendar, and 7 of them may want to speak on item 7 and 2 on item 9. So the head's shaking, but that's how it would work. And that's how it would work. And you're going to get your 3 minutes instead of your 24 minutes. So,
Well,
and that's the policy decision to be made.
I'll ask you, Councilman Whalen, when has it 24 minutes been taken up by anyone in the last 6 months on all these items that you mentioned? This is a theoretical.
There are
argument.
multiple evenings where we have consent calendar items with the same speaker on multiple items. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. That's just the reality of it. That's what happens because you have 4 or 5 consent items pulled. Oftentimes you'll get the same speaker on 3 of those items, 4 of those items. It just, that's the way it goes. And that's what makes the meetings long. Now, I'm not saying, that's a bad thing or we should change it, but that's the reality of it. That you're just dealing with math and
Well,
time.
I don't disagree that that happens, but it doesn't happen that often to be a problem. That's all I'm saying. And you can make the theoretical argument that people are going to take 24 minutes on 7 items. I would remember if that happened. I would remember if there were 3 times it happened. Is that funny, Mayor?
No,
Go ahead.
I'm just thinking about, come on.
I just don't have the data to make a decision. There isn't any data. It's all
Mark, do you have a-
theoretical.
Go
I'm
ahead,
a
Mark.
bit concerned about unintended consequences. I would hate to see this lead to additional, having them come back to us appeals. If it doesn't get flushed out and then somebody appeals something that's on a consent calendar, it would be frustrating. I know that Sean, and I do appreciate Sean, your ideas on trying to be more efficient during our meetings and save some time. The reality of it is, come 11, 12 o'clock, it does get difficult to make rational decisions as our eyes are up here watering and we're shaking our heads. It's just a reality. And we're trying to really do the right thing so we can all make decisions, when we're at our best. So I don't know if my other council members would agree, but I'm wondering what would happen if Sean came back to us with a menu of options that might save time that we could discuss in its entirety instead of just this one particular issue.
Well, I think, so this came out of our strategic planning session when we were talking about our meetings, right? And the way our meetings run and the fact that they're long. And one of the problems is, and this is the major complaint I get, is that people are usually, when they come to the council meeting, they're here for a particular item, an item on the regular agenda, not usually consent. Consent, most of the stuff, as you see, we pass through. But people who are waiting for regular items are getting very frustrated because they're waiting a long time. And I understand that. That's part of the public process, but it's extremely frustrating to them. And so I get these complaints all the time, like, why don't you cut this off? Why don't you do this? Why don't you, I get a lot of unsolicited advice about that. But I think that was really the crux of it when we were talking about it. And also, I can tell you that we've had, Bob, when he was mayor, we tried to have an 11 o'clock cutoff. I mean, it's almost impossible to do that. And on some nights, and this might be another one of them, but, and I don't think, from a public point of view, you're not getting the best counsel at 11 o'clock at night. People are coming in here on their appeals. Appeals are very emotional for people, and we handle those at the end. They have money tied up, they're in a fight with their neighbors, whatever it happens to be, and they're sitting there, and it's just a long time. And they have, their house on the line or some issue that's really critical to them, and they're waiting. So we're trying to think about more efficient ways to do things, and also what do other cities do, that might work better for us? And so that's kind of the crux of this.
Yeah, and if we were to do this, is there any reason why we couldn't switch back if we didn't like how it worked out?
It's, all of this is left to the discretion of the city council.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's always good to explore what are other cities doing, and I to be honest, I don't have a strong view one way or the other, but I don't see the harm in trying this out.
Yeah, the other thing is, I mean, we could do that, but we have had, to Bob's point, I've been on this council, this is my 6th year, we've had times when consent calendar has gone for 2 hours. And that just backs everything up. And it's nothing wrong with public comment, but it's just the reality of it, that the meetings are really long. Yeah,
Well, and that might have been because things were on consent calendar that shouldn't have been on consent.
that's true.
calendar.
That's part of it.
So,
That's part of it.
I would vote for having the city manager come back to us with other options. And this might be one of them at the end of the day, but I would just like to see what other ideas and options that we have that could, streamline the meetings and save us time.
I would agree with that comment. I'd like to make a comment about these long appeals. Some of them last 2.5 hours or longer. Perhaps that's an option to have a special meeting on just appeals once every 3 months and segment that so we're not here at midnight dying to go home and not making the right decisions.
Bob, do you have any further comment?
I don't feel that strongly about it. I do think we could gather some more data. I think people would see there are, nights where we have too long consent items. And another approach would be to take, if items get pulled, the mayor always has the discretion, it says here, to move items, and you could just trail items on the consent calendar that got pulled. If you thought there was more important business on the regular item.
Yeah, or another thing, we could do that. Or another thing, we could, on some nights, I don't know, maybe we could, I don't know if we can do that without being agendized, though. I was thinking we could move consent to the back. Because sometimes, like, we're gonna have, like, for the pool, for example, we're gonna have tons of people in here on the pool, right? That's one example. So we're gonna have a super long night for that. I don't really like the idea of special meetings because there's a clock associated with appeals. And so that becomes a math exercise. That's kind of complicated. So, the other thing I don't like about our current process is, so I say, okay, who in the room wants to pull something? Jacob says, whatever, 5, and Ann says 14. Well, it's not on the record. You're sitting out in the audience. Nobody knows. So if you're sitting at home, it doesn't feel like it's kind of legal for me to do that because you're not on the record, you're not at the podium, whatever. So that's one thing about our current process, I think, just is really awkward. So where are we, council? What do you want to do?
I like Bob's suggestion, so I think we can keep it as is, but the mayor can make it so that those items are later in the meeting.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
I think sometimes it's the discretion of the mayor. I can't remember where that provision is. It's in one of these things. Or we add it to this, that, the mayor can reorder.
Yeah, absent the
an item,
objection.
or add something in here that if, at the option of the mayor, we can trail consent calendar items that have been pulled for discussion to after regular items.
I think that my understanding, God forbid, I have an opinion on this one, but I believe that the mayor can do so subject to
I think so too.
being outvoted by the majority of the council, but can use.
So let's say it's a night where we have the pool, for example, and we have 6 items on consent. I could say to the council, we got a full house here. Everybody okay with moving consent to the back of the meeting?
Without objection, I'd like to.
Or after a particular item perhaps, or something like that. You'd be okay.
You can presently do that.
So I can do that on the fly without any noticing or anything like that.
You can.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to modify this so that the consent section K is what we have now for consent calendar. And then I also, it's announcements is missing an E for F on section F, so I'd want to fix that. And with those two suggestions, I would move the recommended action.
Would you repeat that?
Yeah, so for section K, which is about the consent calendar, same as it is now,
Okay.
right? And then fixing a typo in section F.
F.
Are we interested in having the city manager come back with any other ideas?
No, because I think the whole point of what we talked about at
He's
the
not interested in that. I can tell you that right here and now.
I mean, Mark, that was what the strategic planning was about, figuring out ways to streamline. That was part of it.
Yeah, that-
and
Okay, so
this
it's
is
already on it.
what came out of it. And so if we don't, so I-
Okay.
I'll second the Councilman Moraga's motion.
Well, I have an amendment too.
Okay.
okay.
I would like
Okay.
to have people come to the podium, because I've had people ask me before, who said that? Who pulled that? So you need to come up, you have to be on the record. You can't just
That's fine.
sit back there.
That's fine.
That's fine.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second as
Second the
amended.
amended emotion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. All right, thank you, council. Okay, that moves us to item 8. Who pulled that? I don't remember. Anybody know who pulled 8? I didn't make a note of it. Okay, was it George?
I think it was
Okay.
George.
George, let's skip on. Let's move on then. I'm gonna wait.
Come back to that.
Okay, so we have 7. What's next here? 8. Okay, how about 12? Did we pull 9? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, John. John pulled 9. You want to come up, John? Because remember, you have to come to the microphone.
This is quick. I wrote something earlier about this. You may have seen it, but since then I've thought about it some more, read some more, talked to some people. My concern is that changing from summary minutes to action minutes, my concern is that means there may be less information readily available to the public. But with rapid improvements in transcription technology, if written searchable transcriptions are available, it would seem that there is no less information available to the public than what we are used to with summary minutes. So my concern becomes the wording in the staff report that reads, a transcript of the meeting audio closed captioning will be provided if available, rather than let's see how they go, will be provided if available. I urge the city council to just basically change that to say, we will only do action minutes if we can provide a written transcript. So it's tiny change in the wording that just says you will do a written transcript if you're doing action minutes. If you can't do a transcript, then we'll get a better summary. That's all I'm after.
Go ahead, Mark. Oh, wait, go ahead.
Sorry, my name is Carolyn Keating. I actually teach for a living, and it's so easy to get transcriptions done straight away. And quite frankly, I'm not sure you would be compliant with ADA if you decided you would not provide written things. American Disabilities Act, you have to provide it for people that may be hard of hearing or anything else. So it's easy to get the technology. I'm a total technological idiot, but there are people that know how to do it. And you have the transcription, the people can read it, look at it there and then or later on. And I encourage you to make the meeting minutes as available as possible, then you'll have less conflict.
I just want to actually add on to what she just said, and that's that and I know, Sean, you know, my big thing is findability. So I would love for you guys somehow, I'm okay with the transcripts. I'm okay with changing the minutes, which I wasn't before I saw about the transcripts. And I think you wrote an addendum today, Gavin, that said that they will be available. Yes. Yeah. But what I'd really love to see is the ability to search for things, because otherwise I'm going to be reading a 800-page transcript. I don't know. I just had something transcribed. It was 38 pages, and it's really hard to find things in there. So I don't know, that's the only request I would make, is it, could we please somehow make it findable and put it on the website that it's findable? Because I'm still having problems negotiating our website, but anyway, that's my request. Thank you.
Mayor, the staff report was written by a 61-year-old. So as I was writing it, I got really constructive feedback. I went to Gavin, who was a lot younger than me. We're trying to make it available. I think, so what we were just trying to figure out how we can, with AI, I got Jeremy, who was a lot younger than all of us, we're just trying to figure it out. I think the technology is available to us imminently. I did qualify the statement, and that's the only reason. Could we do it tomorrow? I don't know. Gavin assures me that the Granicus system that we have will make it available to us very soon.
Like 3 months or a month or 6 months?
So I can answer that question, Councilman Wise. So yes, the new Granicus system we have coming up will do that, but we also have the ability, we do stream all of our council meetings through YouTube. YouTube takes a transcript of every meeting. And for searchability, when you search on YouTube, you can search a keyword. And the beauty of YouTube is once you find the keyword in the transcript, you click on that, it'll take you right to the video portion of the meeting where that word was used. So it's very easy to use. And so we're going to try to make at least it more available, at least the links to YouTube, where our city YouTube website is, so you can access that. And then we'll provide more instructions on how to, look at the transcripts on YouTube and how to access and search the transcripts through the TW2.
That'd be great. The Granicus would be available when, Gavin, you're going.
So we're kicking off a new version of it. It's called One Meeting, but we haven't kicked it off yet, but it's about a 2 to 4 month implementation. So when it starts, probably late March, it's another 2 to 4 months before it's fully live.
Okay, thank you.
I also had concerns about this, and based on the tape doesn't always convey the sound. And there was a critical moment at the Planning Commission where Steve Kellenberg was talking about the promenade at length with lots of ideas and lots of suggestions and design concepts. And it was all just a lip reading situation. So I think we have to also be sure that our audio is there and working. So it doesn't always happen that way. So there's a lot of technical things to deal with, which is why I'd like to keep the summary minutes for some time until we're sure that it's all working. Thank you.
If I may clarify, there is no suggestion that there be any change to the current method or format of those meetings. Councilmember Whalen had expressed that same interest at the goal setting workshop. And the staff report does specify that the action minutes suggested for the city council are not suggested to be implemented for either DRB or the planning commission due to the nature of those meetings and the subsequent reliant on those minutes for your deliberations should an item be appealed.
Okay.
I too would encourage you to get the transcripts. The only thing I would like to see added to them is see if there's a ledger that gives you the exact spot in the meeting so that you can cross-reference to the physical attributes of the meeting, not just the verbal. Thank you.
Anybody else on this item? Anne Marie, I have a question. So what is the practice of city clerks on this item?
So best practices of city clerks is action minutes. So I will, if you'll indulge, I will repeat what I've said before and kind of go in a little more depth of why I do prefer that we go to action minutes. One is to understand the purpose of minutes of a legislature's meeting is to memorialize the legislative body's decisions. It's not to provide a transcript of what happened at that meeting. Minutes aren't transcriptions. They're not to be an exact record of discussions and conversations. They're not to-do lists. They're supposed to show accuracy in the actions you take, brevity, and clarity. There was a recent survey of the California City Clerks Association that showed that 43 cities surveyed, 33 of those prepared action minutes. Part of the reason of that is because action minutes are the most efficient, succinct, and cost-effective manner for preparing a legislative body action record. Action minutes help enhance clarity. It removes ambiguity and misdirection that's unintentionally created by summary minutes. And I'm going to expand a little on that. We've had debates in the past because certain people, either on the council or the public, felt certain things should be in. Other people didn't feel like those should be in. Action minutes takes away from that subjectivity. They also appropriately place the emphasis on the collective legislative body's decision-making, which is what the government code requires. I've also expressed legal concerns, is when you have summary minutes, you're depending on a subjective judgment to determine which comments are included and excluded, and this leaves more opportunity for legal challenges than action minutes do. There's no legal requirement to have a record beyond what's created in action minutes. If you establish a policy of action minutes as a standard format, it'll reduce your exposure to those legal requirements. So just to make sure you understand what I mean by action minutes have a brief description or title of the items discussed in the order that the discussion took place, a listing of the people who spoke on the item, motions made by the legislative body, including who made the motion and who seconded in the vote, all actions taken, including those by consensus. Oral communications state the person that addressed the legislative body and a brief description of the topic. And if you want an example of what that would look like, you just approved action minutes. I purposely did action minutes for the January 23rd minutes. It's item 1 on your consent calendar. Nobody from the public pulled it. Nobody from the council pulled it. So it just proves my point that action minutes apparently meet people's needs for what it is meant to be. Unlike Planning Commission or Design Review Board, city council minutes aren't appealed to somewhere else within the city. Your final decision is what courts will want to know. They're not going to look at summary minutes. They just want to know what the city council did, and then they'll pull the video and do a transcript if that's what the court decides. Using action minutes reduces staff time. It takes, for every 20 minutes of a meeting's audio, it takes 4 hours to create summary minutes. So think about the many hours of city council meetings and what that means for our staff doing those minutes. There's also the concern, and I saw this in community development when I was there, and some of the struggles they had after I left and some other people left, is that fewer people are entering the labor force that have the skills to prepare summary minutes. So I'm just trying to make sure I covered everything that would be concerned. Yeah, I mean, if anyone wants to review the discussion, we've talked about the video, YouTube, that you can now go to the transcript. I don't necessarily agree with the city providing that transcript. I'm uncomfortable with that, but again, it's available on YouTube, and if the city provides those detailed instructions on how to get that transcript, if you want it, then go ahead and get it. Since I've been doing minutes for the city since 2007, I have repeatedly provided people, this is the video, You can go take it to your attorney to do transcripts. The city has never provided transcripts. So I feel like what's the point of doing action minutes if you're also going to provide a transcript? You're still opening yourself up. But that's where I stand. That's where the city clerks stand. It's up to the council on what your policy is from there.
Okay, thanks. Comments?
Yeah, I mean, I think our goal is to make it as easy as possible for the public to find what they want to find, how to watch different parts of the meetings. And I think that the YouTube is the best. I mean, I don't know if anyone's looked at it, but it's a lot easier than the Granicus to actually find the minute mark of what you want to watch. You can look at the transcript, find the exact words, click on it, and it'll take you to the timestamp. That's, to me, that's the modern day solution to the problem that we're trying to solve for here. So I think we should keep working on that, but I'm comfortable with the recommendation.
I don't know if YouTube serves the purpose, but I do think it's worth double checking to make sure that we're going to be ADA compliant.
But ADA is different than what minutes are required. ADA, if someone requests certain things, there are compliance with ADA that we might need to provide. But as far as the government code for what you need to provide in minutes, all you need to provide is the action minutes.
Yeah, I'd like to say that I agree with John Thomas. I'd like to have the transcripts before we go to action minutes, but I'm fine with the action as it is, and I agree with Councilman Renagi. YouTube can be used, and if transcripts can be provided by Granicus, I think we're in good shape, especially if they're searchable. I know they're PDFs, certain types of PDFs are searchable, so I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Were you going to say something, Megan?
I thought the city clerk summary was accurate. I think that to the obligation to provide minutes, it's just action minutes. And so we are providing those already.
Okay. So despite the video being on the website, that's okay. We don't need to.
Well, and I think that what happens is it crosses over, and Gavin's probably more familiar. I am also not very tech savvy, but I believe it crosses over. And what's happening is that the transcription is the closed captioning being converted into a transcript. So it's already providing assistance.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll move the recommended action.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, George, I think you pulled 8 and you were missing an action when last time I pulled it, so.
I was. Thank you. I forget why I pulled this now. That's great. Yeah, I don't think I really, I rescind my pulling of the item.
Okay. Okay.
I make the meeting more efficient.
Yeah.
You still have
Do
to
we just
open the
rescind
hearing.
the rest of them while we're at it? Okay, okay, moving on then.
You still have to open.
Do I have to take public comment on that? Anything on 9 or 8?
8.
No? Okay, close public hearing.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, 10, John, I think you pulled that.
Yeah, this is really quick and it is a really tiny tweak, but my suggestion, based on experience, is that where you now are proposing that the workshops would start no earlier than 3 o'clock, that you make an exception for my favorite, the budget workshop, which you always run out of time. Gavin does one of his excellent presentations, there's public comment, and then you guys got about 5 minutes before you need to get to closed session. You're making decisions on a $135 million budget in about 5 minutes. I would just suggest that you leave yourself the flexibility to start that meeting at an earlier time if you want to, if you think you're going to need it. Because in the last 3 or 4 years, you've really been rushed at the end. That's it.
Madam Mayor, just to clarify, the resolution is just for the regular meeting schedule. And so the city has the ability to, and in that scenario, it's a good idea, it sounds like, to call a special meeting that could start at 2 or whatever time is appropriate in order to extend the workshop. And so I'd recommend that you take the approach of just calling the special meeting in that scenario.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Maybe it was my mistake in reading this, but it seemed to me that this was a more rigid schedule than you have now. In my recollection, the council set its schedule for the coming year, and you didn't necessarily have it second and fourth Tuesdays every single month. And you gave yourself a break in December and other breaks other times, or moved things around because someone knew they were going to be out of town.
Madam Mayor, if you'd like me to address it,
Yeah.
the council also continues to adopt its annual schedule, and that is consistent with second and fourth Tuesdays in the event that, council goes dark, for example, towards the end of the summer, that those regular meetings are just canceled. This also doesn't prohibit the city from calling special meetings at any time for whatever convenience it needs.
Right. Any other comment on this item? Close the public hearing. Council,
Move the recommended action.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, George, I think you pulled 12. Is that right?
Talking to me?
Yeah. Did you pull 12?
No, I didn't pull that one out. No. Oh, I just had a question about,
Okay.
I didn't pull it.
Okay, well, what's your question?
My question is,
Hold now.
what's it? I understand liquor to be served in an outdoor venue at a park, a public park. I just don't know what the enforcement is. Is there enforcement? I know it won't be allowed, strictly prohibited on the beach, et cetera, but how do you enforce it? Maybe Mark Christie could tell us if he's here.
Well, with the city. Go ahead,
Okay,
John.
City, yeah, okay.
We enforce it. Gavin's got the answer, I think.
Oh, Councilmember Weiss, we would enforce that. We, through the lifeguards that are there, they would monitor that to make sure that isn't happening on the beach. And you also have park rangers doing regular patrols down in that area, and especially during the busier times during the summer. So those would be where the enforcement would come in. And as I kind of articulated in the agenda report, there are some things they have to comply with. And so if there was any violation of those, we could, re-look at the leases as well. So.
Okay, this is really the only venue in Laguna Beach where you can buy then alcohol right outside, right adjacent to a beach or parking structure in this case, I guess. It would be the only one, right?
So the lease currently allows for the sale of beer and wine. This just would add distilled spirits to
Oh,
it. So
okay.
there's already the sale of beer and wine at that location, and these rules are
Okay.
already in place.
Okay, thank you.
Open the public hearing on this item.
I should go out and get a disguise so you don't recognize. First of all, I'm not opposed to this specific change to the lease. Everybody loves the ranch and Mark, all that stuff. So you're going to approve it. But I have a couple comments. One is I don't think we should ever approval of alcohol on a consent calendar, period. But beyond that, the real reason I wanted to talk is, while I'm not specifically opposed to the change of this lease, the question is raised, how many ABC licenses are enough? Is it time for Laguna to add an agenda item, maybe at the next annual planning meeting, or perhaps sooner, to consider a policy regarding granting a CUPs, allowing ABC licenses or things like this lease, enabling more alcohol to be sold in Laguna? As of today, there are 185 ABC licenses in Laguna Beach. That's 171 on and off sale and 14 non-retail ABC licenses. That sets a record. We already know that Laguna Beach consistently leads its group of over 100 California cities of similar population in DUI arrests. We're number one. We have a large number of public intoxication incidents as well. Maybe our police department is just good at catching DUIs, but maybe that's partly because we have a target-rich environment. The pond that they're fishing in is well stocked. We also have plenty of AA meetings in Laguna Beach. The word control in the state of California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control is somewhat misleading. There seems to be little control exercised by the ABC. A better name might be the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Suggestions, because what we seem to see in Laguna as control by the ABC is simply suggestions or guidelines. And there is no requirement that Laguna limit CUPs enabling ABC licenses. And we are well over the number of ABC licenses in Laguna when compared to ABC guidelines. And if the public safety issues aren't enough to warrant a policy, there's also a financial impact of so much effort to control drinking in Laguna. The city of Laguna Beach does not get large fees and charges associated with DUI arrests. Most of that goes to the attorneys in the court system. Yet our police officers spend countless hours making arrests and showing up in court to process DUIs. Isn't it time that Laguna Beach recognize it has a drinking problem? And isn't it time that we do something about it? That's it.
Okay, thanks, John. Mark, how's the knee?
It's getting there. Yeah. 6 weeks. Yeah, it's painfully slow. Emphasis on painfully. So I just want to make a couple of quick points. Absolutely correct with respect to the number of DUI arrests or whatever in Laguna Beach. We have more than our share. However, we've been operating for 11 years and there's never been a DUI arrest that was in any way related to the ranch or lost period of our operations. We also have Young's Beach Shack down at Salt Creek, where the county came to us and asked us if we would consider expanding our beer and wine license to include full liquor as a public amenity, so people could come down, watch the sunset, have a margarita or whatever they're going to have, and not spend $40 to park their car in a hotel valet and $25 for a cocktail. So, you know, it's not a huge windfall for us. It's more of a public amenity. And I think we've established ourselves as diligent and careful operators. Thanks.
Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to council. Any questions, council?
Yeah, I'll move to recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, item 13. Yeah, that's you, Mark.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Greg Abel for this generous idea and offer that he's given us. And I checked in with him a couple of days ago and he wasn't quite there as far as the $5,300 anticipated cost. And I was just wondering if council would, I think he said he was at 2,500 and I was wondering if he fell short, if the city could make up the difference. Maybe he can speak to tell us where he's at and how much longer he has to go with his fundraising. Give us an idea. I would just hate to lose this opportunity.
Otherwise, you just can do one door, is that it?
Hey, Greg.
Good evening. I'm fairly close to the bottom of my request of my friends to give us a donation, but currently it's been a $500 donation for my friends. I've gotten 5 of those so far. So I would have to say to you, I would most likely be able to pursue a couple of more, maybe $1,000. So that's where I would put it. And currently it is people I've worked with for many, many years, both in business and also my team as brick masons and all that are going to do the work and they're giving me their best price. But I'll work on getting more funds for you guys. Absolutely.
Can you give us a brief explanation of what the project is actually for the people that don't know what it is?
So we've got this planner that's been around the pepper tree, which finally survived, which first got my attention because it made it. It's a piece of our history. You look at every picture, every map, even our little painting in the city hall, it has this pepper tree in it. But the planter around the edge of it is just shot. I mean, it's got about 1 to 2 rows of that beautiful stone, which is still available. We're going to use the same stone to bring it back up to its original height. If you look to the left side of the planter, there's one big chunk of rock that's one of the original pieces sitting all by itself. That's the height we're going to bring it around to the front. And for the many years I've come to the city hall, walking in some 45 years now, but there's a little gap there when you walk up. You don't see where there's a piece of stone missing for a planter. That's why there used to be a little tiny stone bench for children to sit on. So I propose that to be replaced as well, give some charm and to bring it back. And then there's what started me to begin with was the planter in front of the palm tree out on by the sidewalk. A number of rocks have fallen off, so we're definitely gonna repair those. I know that the planter over by the eucalyptus came down in part because the tree was just overwhelming, picking it up. But right now we can fix all that. And then about 3 to 4 years ago, my team and friends paid for the refinish of the interior of the city council entry doors or city hall. So we're doing that as well. So, and I've already checked with Larry's out in the canyon. The material is available for us to get right away. So we can move forward and dress it up and make it nice. So
Thank you.
you're welcome. Thank you guys for your support.
So I guess my question to my fellow council members are if we would be willing to accommodate and make up the difference between 2,500 and 5,300 in the event that he can't raise any more funds.
I'm fine with it. Yeah, I'd be okay with that, although I have a request or a question maybe that would increase the cost of this by more than 5,300. So if you look at the planner where the picture in the lower left, which is the palm tree, where the planter protrudes halfway out into the sidewalk. I'm not sure we're ADA compliant or not with what's left of that sidewalk there. I'm wondering whether it would be possible to, I don't know the answer to that, but I'm just wondering also from a pedestrian safety standpoint, whether it would be feasible. Could you move the tree back a couple feet?
And that's the tree itself?
The palm tree.
No, I've done this before on my construction projects. The root ball is huge below that.
Okay.
We would have to take out everything, including the planter. And all I was going to replace maybe 4 or 5 stones on the top.
No, I know that's what you were.
Yeah,
thinking. I
exactly.
just was curious.
No, it's a big project.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thanks,
I'm-
Greg.
Thank you.
It can be done. I mean, you just have to pay
Absolutely.
$5,000 or $6,000 to
Huge.
hire
Yeah.
a tree removal thing, and it picks it up, the root up
Pick
and
it up,
moves it over to
move
another
over,
hole.
yeah.
But as you
Yeah.
said, it's a lot of,
It might be easier to make that parking spot next to it compact and maybe you could bulb out the sidewalk a little
Maybe,
bit.
well, yeah, that's
That's a good
maybe,
idea.
maybe Public
Yeah,
Works could look
that's
at
another
that.
option.
Good idea.
Okay.
Anything else for Greg?
All set? Thank you all very
Community,
much.
good community work there, Greg.
Thank you. Thank you, Sue. All of you. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to ask Greg a question. Did you say you're going to put the stone back around the eucalyptus tree? Oh, thank you. I'm glad. Yeah, right, good. And yes, don't get ideas about moving that palm tree. It's a huge thing and you could lose the tree. I think the way it is now is just a tribute to the way things used to be. And I agree with widening the sidewalk if we need to. Thank you.
So I didn't hear all the numbers, but, and I'm not really a friend of Greg Abel, but I would put $500 towards the project.
Good evening, Mayor Kemp, members of the City Council. I'm Reza Jafari, Deputy Director for the Public Works and Utilities Department, and I'd like to point something out, point of clarification. It came to my attention that under the environmental analysis, we outlined a Class 2 categorical exemption, but there's also another categorical exemption that applies, and I'd like to point out that categorical exemption Class 31, historical resource restoration and rehabilitation also applies here. So I'd like to ask that you include a Class 31 categorical exemption as well as a Class 2 categorical exemption as part of your action tonight.
Class 2 and 31.
31.
Yes, that's
Thank-
under recommended action number 2,
Okay.
include Class 31 categorical exemption in addition to Class 2.
Okay, thanks, Reza.
Thank you.
Okay, close the public hearing. Council, any comments?
Do you need a specific recommended action related to Mark's recommendation, or does that fall under your purchasing authority? And
No, I would ask that Mark's amendment be added and acted upon.
so I would move the recommended action with Mark's amendment. Were you clear about what his amendment was?
Yes.
And then also adding the Class 31 CEQA categorical exemption.
second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Okay, number 15, I pulled this. This is the Promenade on Forest Ad Hoc Committee. Just a couple things. Ann and I had a back and forth on this. So Mark and I are the subcommittee and we're going to be voting on this tonight, but we've been talking and about what's the best approach. And I think what we'd like to do, Mark, you can add, come in anytime. But I think what we'd like to do is sometime, so we can't do it in March. We haven't had we haven't really worked on anything, just to let you know. Except we do have a project manager assigned, but that's about the extent of it. Well, I think what we'd like to do though is not in March because our agenda is really full, but in April, I think we'd like to come back with kind of an amendment to what the council previously approved and with some more embellishment about public process. And although we talk about it here, I think it's not clear. And so I think what we want to do is come back with probably a counter proposal from the city council's recommended action and some more embellishment around the public process and what we'd like to do. Because in the, if you notice in the staff report here, we make the comment that the purpose of the prominent ad hoc committee is to work with staff and consultants to identify the scope and the public process through public engagement strategies, including public input from the community's roster of qualified volunteers. So I think around that, those comments is where we're going to do some maybe tweaks to the process.
Correct. And if I may follow up on that just a bit, I want to make sure that we understand that that's what we've heard through the public coming forth to us. Originally, when we were going to reach out and do this competition, it would have obviously been available to folks outside of the community. And the community came forward and did, remind us that we have a lot of talent in this town and why weren't we looking within to see what we could come up with. So that's a lot of what drove this decision. And I'm really happy for that. And I'm happy that that was brought to our attention. And then I think as we go through that process, there'll be, once we get the, let's call them professionals involved and giving us input, then we can schedule some general community outreach as well. So I think it's all good. I'm really pleased with, the fine tuning that we're making to the process. And that's it.
We're getting a lot of interest in the promenade, a lot. So people who want to serve on a committee, people who are asking all the time, what are we doing? When are we going to get this thing moving? I get a lot of that. So hopefully we'll get some clarity around it, but it's probably not going to be till April. With that, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody want to comment?
Last one tonight. I just have a question. Item 3, the recommendation is conclude the work of the Planning Commission Promenade Ad Hoc Committee. It's just, why is the work of the Planning Commission Promenade Ad Hoc Committee being concluded? The Planning Commission Ad Hoc Committee seems very well qualified to provide input to the City Council Ad Hoc Committee. And I think there's benefit to the overall process of continuing to have the people on the Planning Commission Ad Hoc Committee continue to participate. That's it. Question.
Thanks,
And
John.
I didn't really come up here for 6 different items to help you make your case on number 7. It was just a coincidence.
Anybody else on this item?
I think I'd like to reiterate quite a bit of the public opinion that came out of the last meeting. There were over 20 people who spoke up and requested, downright demanded that residents be active participants from the get-go. I'm not hearing that. What I'm hearing is that you're going to go ahead and start setting things up. You'll be directing it, and there will be no transparency for the public.
Did you hear what I just said? I didn't say that. I said exactly the opposite.
That's what I'm hoping. That is exactly what I'm hoping. Because it is important. We need complete transparency. And also, we need to have unbiased participants, not cherry-picked individuals, but those who are experienced and who are residents who have a voice of the public. That's it. Thank you.
Anybody else on this item?
So The last meeting where this was going to be discussed did generate a lot of torches and pitchforks because unfortunately, the way that that the promenade has been done is in general terms of design and so on, it's piecemealing. And we're doing cart before the horse. And this has been going forward. And this kind of a project should not be brought before the city council until and unless it is including all the opinions about that major part of our DNA. And this is the third time I'm going to say it. If it's not broke, don't fix it. You know, we've had that Main Street there, Forest Avenue, for 100 years. And it's grown organically and has worked very well. We had a survey that a number of people thought was flawed because of the way that it was presented, the time that it was presented, and so on. Agree or not with that, there was one item in the survey, it was 9 words that talked about a pedestrian plaza in the at Lower Forest. And I don't think that has been done properly because we have spent a lot of money over there, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. And because we don't have a program that would be coming out from a better way to organize it, we can't have an EIR because we're going to pass it and then we're going to put it for an EIR. And there are those of us who think that Lower Forest Avenue had many, many benefits, including parking, including servicing the retail businesses, and we have no idea of what the engineering is going to be on it. It's going to be millions and millions. And I think if you took that 9-word question and you attached to it how many millions of dollars that this is probably going to cost if we keep going in this direction. So let me just, so I'll finish with that. But we need a not an ad hoc. We need a what's the word I'm looking for? Sorry. Task force. We need a task force that we used to do all the time in Laguna Beach, all the time. And this is a situation that warrants that. Not an ad hoc with 2 politicians, with all due respect. We do need something that's going to be bringing all of the town in, and we will be better for it, whatever happens over there. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Les McCloskey, top of the world. It's occurred to me that we still don't understand why we're doing the promenade. So I want to backtrack a bit. 2010, September, Transition Laguna got together and decided we wanted to show the value of community space over what parking space is doing to all of our cities. And this was a demonstration we did in 2010 to demonstrate that. I've been to both workshops in January, I believe, and in May. I've talked to Tom Perez. I've asked him, does he understand why he is doing a promenade? I got no answer. He told me he'd get back to me. No, he never did. I put out public letters to everyone trying to demonstrate why we're doing this promenade. I want to get an answer from the project manager. No response. Okay, you're doing a promenade because you're trying to save Laguna from the automobile. And then the benefit of it is creating community space over the parking space that you've got. You've got to create a list of requirements of what you're trying to achieve with this promenade. and then write specifications to it and see if you actually meet those specifications before you ever put a shovel in the ground. All we've been doing here is piecemeal, just on the back of what Jacob said. A piece of furniture there, you dig this out, you put that back, this furniture rots, you got to replace it. I mean, we're just going in circles here. We still don't understand, in my view, this project doesn't understand why it exists. If Tom Perez and the department wants to get back with me or talk to the Transition Laguna members, I think Chris Prelitz is still in town. I'm still here. Be happy to talk to those folks and understand what the future of this thing looks like, or what it's supposed to accomplish. Okay, thank you.
Any other speakers on this item? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Any
Yeah.
comments from council?
So again, what we're doing is we're taking a step back. Okay. We're responding to some of the comments that we heard. Less part of what we're doing is we are defining a project description. We are doing a constraints assessment. There's several other items that we're going to be doing before. So we have this information to bring to the conversation, so everybody's not guessing, where the utilities are, within the street, if there's a drainage problem. So we're doing exactly what a couple of you just had mentioned. Then we are getting some members out of the community, some professionals in the design firm, to just give us some general input, and then we are going to have some conversations about it. So I don't know if there's a different way I can say this, but it sounds like we're doing, a lot of what you guys are all talking about. I know that you talked about an ad hoc committee. I just think that we need to do some preliminary work and get some things together before we how do we start that conversation if we don't have an assemblage of some basic information to start talking about some of this stuff? So that's what we're doing. We're going to move forward with this in that manner. Thank you.
If I could ask a question of the ad hoc committee, what are the deliverables you would bring back in 90 days to council?
Well, we're not coming back in 90 days. We're going to come back in April. So it's going, well,
It's in 90,
let me
within
just,
90
let me
days.
separate tonight from what we're going to come back. So tonight, what my motion would be is that we approve the ad hoc committee. When we come back with Mark, with our recommendations, at that time, we'll consider whether we're going to have an ad hoc or a standing committee. If we have a standing committee, it'll be because we are going to invite members of the public to participate. So we'll come back with, kind of I would call kind of a bare bones look at project plan, what we're going to be working on. But mostly we're going to talk about the public process and likely, the process of bringing people onto our committee. So I haven't written it yet. So Mark hasn't written it yet. So I can't give any more than that.
So of these, following up on Councilmember Weiss's question, of these 4 recommendations, what are we adopting tonight?
So we would adopt one and we would obey 2. I would say we obey 3 at this point. We're not ready to talk about that. And I would like to come back in April. So, and that's 2 months or whatever.
Okay, so one and a modified 4.
Yeah.
So within 60 days or whatever?
Yeah, April, 60 days.
Mid-April?
Mm-hmm. Probably
Or
second.
no, I guess that would be the end of April.
Second meeting, probably. Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so that was my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, it is 7:25 and that completes the consent calendar for this evening. Let's get that on the record. We're going to take 5 minutes. I know you guys are waiting for your item back there. We're going to take 5 minutes and we'll start back up.
but now it's a lot more. Yeah, okay. See, he's forced here tonight. He's usually a Zoomer.
He's in his PJs,
Let's get started, you guys.
a really good PJ.
Okay, we got to get started.
Decency doesn't allow that. The rules of decorum.
Okay, come on, guys. We got to get started. Jerome, we got to get going here. Okay, this takes us to our regular item. Good evening, everyone. This is consideration of the updated public art program policy and finding action exempt from CEQA. I'll turn this over to.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Sean Poschel with the Cultural Arts Department. And tonight you have the work of the Arts Commission and the Cultural Planning Group in consolidating the public art ordinance and policies to try and get to an ordinance. So tonight, the recommendations regarding the drafts and the concepts of the public art program policies. And here to present is David Pletner Saunders from the Cultural Planning Group, who were also responsible for the Cultural Arts Plan that you approved in 2016. The Cultural Planning Group has clients nationally who they represent and are very well respected in the field of public art consulting and cultural arts planning. So with that, I would like to hand it over to David.
Thank you, Sean. So now we get to turn our attention to art this evening. It's great to be back here at City Council. We're very pleased to finally be able to present the proposed public art policies to you this evening for your review and comment, and we look forward to the discussion. Next slide, please. So for tonight's 10-minute presentation, we'll first recap the background, set the context for this report, then we'll summarize the key recommended changes to the public art program policies. We'll review several additional recommendations for the public art program that are not policies. And then, of course, there will be time for public comment and your questions and comments. Next slide. So what led the city to do this project? As you know, and as Sean just mentioned, Council adopted its Cultural Arts Master Plan in 2016, which is a comprehensive citywide master plan that included recommendations for the public art program. So this report today is an implementation step for the Cultural Arts Plan, and you authorized this policy review in 2021. Additionally, we know the city has a desire to streamline and improve government processes, a good government commitment. As a part of that, there's a desire to provide transparent and consolidated policies for the public art program. And there's a desire to align Arts Commission authority with other city commissions. And lastly, we understand the city is undertaking a revision of its municipal code, and this policy review will lead to a new proposed ordinance and muni language. Next slide, please. So here are the objectives of the policy review, what we were asked to do: to evolve the city's approach to public art in accordance with the Cultural Arts Master Plan, to update and consolidate public art policies and the ordinance, and to address challenges staff and the Arts Commission have faced in managing the public art program. They're seeking better tools to do their work, and they really should be commended for doing this policy review first. And I want to depart from my formal remarks just to say a note of appreciation to the Public Art Committee, to the Arts Commissioners, and to Sean. They really engage deeply in thinking about these policies, which are comprehensive, and I think the results show their commitment. So just to be clear, this is not a public art master plan. That's because the city already consulted with the community for its vision for the arts in the city and for public art when it did the master plan. Our work to develop the policy review included meeting with stakeholders of the public art program, considering national best practices and adapting them to the unique aspects of Laguna Beach, working with the Arts Commission, and then updating the city's current policies. Next slide, please. Now to the heart of the matter. Let's walk through the key policy recommendations. There are 14 of these we're calling out, recommended changes summarized in 4 slides. I apologize for the generic looking black and white of these slides, but this is intended to be informational. First, let's note that the city's current public art policies and procedures are an accumulation of municipal code, resolutions, criteria, unwritten procedures. They have accrued since the start of the program in 1986. They are not currently consolidated in one place. So one fundamental recommendation is to adopt a comprehensive set of policies and make them available online in one location as a resource for all stakeholders of the program. So artists, developers, property owners, donors, advocates, community groups, members of the general public, and city staff. We recommend that several different elements of the public art program be consolidated under the name City of Laguna Beach Public Art Program. Sounds simple, but there are different names now used for different components of the program. A major recommendation, as you know, is to acknowledge and strengthen the Arts Commission's authority to make aesthetic and artistic decisions. This is their mission. It's their charge from City Council, but currently City Council reviews all Arts Commission decisions. So the recommended policy asks Council to only substitute its judgment narrowly in cases where there's evidence of a departure from or error in following Arts Commission policies. The intent is to align the Arts Commission's role and authority with other city commissions like the Planning Commission and the Design Review Board, and to assure that community dialogue about a proposed artwork takes place at the Arts Commission. Next slide, please. Here's our second slide of the recommended policy changes. One is to explicitly acknowledge the importance of artists in the program and to the community, and to commit to a respectful relationship in all interactions. A second establishes clear selection criteria for artists, artworks, and locations for public art. A third is to establish a time frame for how long an artwork will remain in the collection. Current practice is to treat all artworks as permanent additions to the collection, except for specific temporary pieces like the one that was just installed on City Hall lawn today. The change would be to address the time frame for each artwork as it is created through a dialogue and agreement with the artist. The time frame would be tailored to the nature of the piece, its materials, the location, and so forth. Then at the end of the time period, whether it be 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, the city could decide whether to keep the work, return it to the artist, move it, or some other arrangement. This allows the city flexibility to reassess the work in a larger context, like changes to the site or location, changes to the artwork itself, and community interest. It also avoids long-term maintenance of works no longer adding strong value to the community. Next slide, please. So slide 3, in line with the timeframe recommendation, the proposed new policies set clearer criteria for when the city can deaccession or remove an artwork. 2 related recommendations are about donations and memorials. These are always tricky areas for a public art program. The proposed change is to treat donations and memorials with clear criteria, like with new work commissioned by the city. This gives donors and the city clear guidelines on what's considered appropriate. It also places responsibility for maintenance of the piece with the donor by default. Memorials would not allowed be for individuals, but instead for events and organizations. You know, Laguna Beach is very fortunate to have generous donors in the community who financially support the city's public art. The recommended policy acknowledges and encourages this practice, and again sets clear guidelines for how donors give funds and propose artworks to the city. Next slide, please. And our 4th slide. Maintenance of a city's public art collection is often a weak area. Since the artworks in the collection accumulate, they age, there's too often not a plan and appropriate funding for these needs. Artwork that is not well maintained can become an eyesore, and it's a frequent cause of public criticism in other cities. That's not the case in Laguna Beach, and staff now allocates $25,000 per year for this purpose. However, the collection is continuing to grow and conservation issues have arisen. The recommendation is to conduct a condition survey of the collection and prepare a long-term plan and budget for its maintenance and conservation. You know, partnerships are desirable in a public art program and in a place like Laguna Beach, and the city intends to pursue partnerships such as a project done in the past with the Art Museum, a collaboration. The recommended policy, like so many of the other policies, spells out these requirements for partnerships and assures that responsibilities are clear and shared. A new policy would promote diversity in the collection, partly by limiting artists to having 4 works in the collection at any one time, except for works commissioned by developers. Lastly, the proposed policies include an appeals process, allowing applicants an opportunity and criteria to disagree with Arts Commission decisions. Next slide, please. So that's the end of the proposed policy changes, at least the ones we're highlighting. Here are the additional recommendations for the public art program I mentioned at the start of the presentation. First, to record and broadcast Arts Commission meetings to make their decision-making more transparent and accessible to the public. Second, we just talked about a conservation survey and plan. Third, establish an open pre-qualification process for artists who are interested in applying for city commissions. This can generate great goodwill among artists and demonstrate the respect that we discussed earlier. Fourth, expand the program of temporary artworks. Again, I just saw the new work, Dream Big, installed today, yet another temporary piece on City Hall lawn. These works are generally popular with the public who also respond well to changing installations, and it was recommended in the Cultural Arts Master Plan. Fifth, create a regular program of community promotion and education about the public art program. The city has a wonderful resource in its collection, and it could become better recognized and understood in the community. And lastly, establish an online inventory and database of the collection to support its management. Next slide. So that's the end of our presentation. We wanted to move quickly, so we would leave time for your questions and comments.
Okay, thanks, David and Sean. Any questions for David or Sean?
I guess I have one question about inventory and warehousing of your collections. I know that can be quite difficult or challenging. Is that something that it's not included in your recommendations here, but do you have enough space?
Enough space for it. I'm sorry, I don't
For your
understand.
permanent collection of art in public spaces that you have in inventory?
Yes, we do. We have over 100 pieces in the collection, and we have had a public art brochure, which has walking tours and information about the artist and the work itself. And it would be an adaptation of that, where we would have this information digitally and available online. And people could take tours of the work as well as get to know more information about the work, which I think would be really helpful as well. So it'd really update that.
I agree.
There's no warehouse. It's just public art that's out in the community.
It's all out. We don't have any hidden anywhere. No,
Okay.
they're all out in public.
I was wondering about that.
When we have art that's donated, and this policy, I can't remember exactly how it was that he discussed it, but my question is this. If there's an agreement with the donor, is the artist that created the work part of that agreement?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And if it's an artist that is deceased, how do we deal with that? The reason I ask this is I know that there's some cases where there's some artwork that's been removed and there's been some legal issues with it.
There are two main relevant statutes. One is a California statute and the other is a federal statute, and they protect artists' rights and they endure after the artist's death for a time period.
I just am hoping that we're protected as much as possible in the event that there needs to be a change.
I believe that's a part of the city's standard contract, yes.
I I have a number of comments on the document, but I want to hold those until after we get public input. But I have a process question, which is on the first page of the agenda item. So is this document, we're going to eventually, I guess, is going to draft an updated ordinance, develop a proposed ordinance. So is this document that we're looking at tonight going to be just an attachment to an ordinance and say this is the revised public art program? Or do we know yet?
Councilmember Whalen, I don't think we know yet. I think in part it probably depends on the direction that we receive tonight.
Well, I guess my point, if this document were going to be like, if an ordinance are going to say the art program is the attachment A, I think this needs a fair amount of work to get it in a format that we could do, or we could, somebody could draft an ordinance that incorporated a lot of this stuff. But anyway, sounds like maybe we don't know. So
Staff may have a better idea of what they planned for next steps on that.
Yes, if I may, council member, we have drafted an ordinance. We're not presenting it tonight because we're not at that point yet. But it will come to you in due course, once, we've gotten some direction on the policies.
what happens to this document, though? Is this now, what does this become? Does this become an attachment to the ordinance? Are we going to and just lift things out of here and put it in an ordinance? I know that's kind of a technical question, but is this document going to live on, or is it going to be superseded by an ordinance that we're going to adopt for the municipal code?
I would hope that we would have this document in some format that makes it easier for people to understand the process of participating in the city's public art program, or whether it's the understanding, an artist's understanding of how they can participate, and for private property owners to know how they can participate and what is required to have Arts Commission review and what is not required to have Arts Commission review. So really the goal is to make a very streamlined process that is easier for people to participate in, that has greater participation, that we all benefit from that participation as well, that the community participates. And the Arts Commission's role and the Cultural Arts Department's role is very clear in how we help people with that process.
Yeah, okay. And I think this does a lot of that, but that's fine. That's my only question for now. Thank you.
Do you have are the ordinances and policies currently documented separately?
Well, yes and no. There is muni language and there is an ordinance. It does not cover everything that the Arts Commission has come to have as part of its scope of review.
I understand that there's updating, but I'm just wondering if it's actually a current policy document today, other than just ordinances.
There are pieces, it's piecemeal. I'm not sure how much there's some available online, but some that is not. So as I mentioned in the presentation, one of the intentions here is to be comprehensive, to address things that have not been treated before, criteria for each decision-making role that the Arts Commission has, for example, and to, put this online so it's available to everybody. It's the user's manual.
So these policies will influence the future ordinances, but then they'll also exist in just a policy form somewhere.
Yes, that's correct. That's the intention, yes.
Anybody else? Questions? Okay, open the public hearing.
Hi, council members. I'm Donna Ballard, the current chair of the Arts Commission. And during the years that I've been on the commission, we have not had a definitive public art policy to aid us in making our decisions, and it's caused confusion and delay for the applicants and for us. And I can tell you that from experience. Right now, there are various piecemeal ordinances related to public art scattered throughout our municipal code. The document you have in front of you has been written to consolidate, clarify, and complete a public art ordinance for our city for the first time. This ordinance was developed by the Cultural Arts Planning Group with your approval. They were uniquely positioned to do this work because they wrote our cultural arts plan, which has been very successful. They worked with the Arts Commission and many stakeholders in the city to formulate this document, going through numerous drafts to come up with the document you have here. This document, which is based on standards currently used in many cities, will aid us in doing our job, eliminate frustration, and provide a clearer, faster process. This will benefit the artists and will help ensure that we remain an, excuse me, an active, vibrant arts community. So we thank you for your support.
Okay, thanks, Donna.
Don't look so glum.
Hey, you got your on-demand bit, buddy.
Yeah.
Should be happy.
First of all, I want to thank Sean. She included me in on a Zoom conversation with the consultant to give some input on some policy change. So I appreciate being able to do that. I'm looking at, and I may have the page number wrong. It's 22 or it could be 18, one of the two, and it's the paragraph. It's the fifth paragraph on that page, which is quite long, but it speaks to the potential of a piece being removed from the collection for its, well, let me just read it. It says, in case of removal of public art for any reason prior to the expiration of a 20-year period, the developer or owner of the development project must notify the city within 30 days in advance of removal and must replace the public art within 6 months of its removal. And I only bring that up because having a little bit of experience doing public art, the 6-month period is really a short time unless it's a very small piece. And I think that I'd like to suggest anyways that gets corrected to 9 months to a year because the process is pretty long trying to get through that in terms of, not only a piece being approved by the ownership, whether it's the city or a private developer, but also once that happens, it does have to go through an approval process with the Arts Commission and then on to City Council and then on to engineering and fabrication. And if it's a large piece, seriously, it's a 9-month to a year process. So I'd like to recommend that get at least reviewed for a possible change for that period of time. And my only other quick comment, if I can find it in here. I was happy that the recommendation to exclude the maximum number of pieces an artist can have in the collection to exclude private development. And the reason for that is, again, from personal experience, for one thing, I'll make this quick. Being part of my role in the city, I'm excluded from any participation in any projects, programs, or whatever that relate to public art or any kind of art in the city. So to be able to still be able to work with private developers to potentially create a piece of public site-specific art would be important to me because if that was also included. Can I have a couple more?
Yeah, go ahead and finish.
If that was to be included in the limitation of 4 pieces, that would mean that for the rest of my natural life, I would never be able to do another piece in Laguna Beach. So I'm glad to see that under a private developer project that 4-piece being. What am I trying to say? The 4 pieces that is allowed by any individual artist would be excluded from private development projects because otherwise I would never be able to work or do a piece of site-specific art in Laguna Beach for the rest of my life. And I plan to be here for that period of time. So Those are my comments. Again, I want to thank Sean and her team for allowing me to comment on some of the policy changes. Thank you.
Thanks, George.
Hello, my name is Steve Fain. I have previously provided specific written comments to this proposal to the members of the City Council. A copy of these comments is available online in the public comments section of tonight's agenda. So I'll try to limit my comments here to a few big issues. The draft proposal seems to try to be giving the city the same approval rights over privately funded art in private spaces as it gets, and the artists who create it, as it gets with respect to public art that's paid for by the city in public spaces. I don't think that was the intention, but the net effect is to give the city basically a censorship right over art, and I don't think any of us wants that. If the city wants to put forth some legislation dealing with art that's offensive to public order, they can certainly do that, but that's another discussion for another time. The standards that are applied for approving art and artists are vague and very subjective, making a realistic appeal from rejection virtually impossible unless the applicant can prove a conflict of interest or that someone miscounted how many artworks there were in town by the proposed artist. Even then, the appeal is cut off at the subcommittee level. We had a recent example of this when an attempt was made to put a mural on the side of a building at 3251 Laguna Canyon. This is a collection of 31 artist studios. It is, I believe, the largest collection of artist studios in the city. The artist involved was the gentleman who teaches mural making at LCAD. He agreed to do it as a project with his students at no cost to the owner of the property. The community art project was going to pay for the materials, and otherwise it was basically free. There was no cost to the city. The building, if you've ever seen it, is fairly unattractive, and this was going to make it look a lot better. The project was rejected on the basis that the artist already had 4 works in the city. 2 of these works are on the campus of the high school, and I would bet that most of the people in this room have never seen them. The four total number of artworks limit that has been removed in the new draft has been removed only in the case of developers and not in the case of property owners who wish to pay for an artwork on their property that it's not in a development situation. I should also point out that in the case of something like a mural, while there are a lot of artists in Laguna, there aren't a lot of people who are willing or able to do large scale murals. We're talking about 20 or 30 foot long murals. There's just not a lot of interest in that. So you're going to see the same people over and over again. Although I'm sure some community input was involved here, I asked the LBAA to discuss this at their recent meeting, and virtually nobody in the room was aware of this proposed ordinance or even this meeting tonight to discuss it. I urge that this be sent back to the drawing board. It needs a lot of work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, y'all. It's Wayne Baglin speaking. And what I'd like to do is have you refer to your package and number 2 and number 14, that is decision-making and appeals. Also, remember what was stated, and that is align city approval process for the Arts Commission with other commissions. I sent a letter to you, and let me go over the 3rd paragraph that's in it. On page 3, summary of recommended policy changes, decision-making authority of the Arts Commission, page 8, is the first of several references to the proposed autonomous authorities of the Cultural Arts Director and the Arts Commission. No other committee, commission, or board has such authority in the city of Laguna Beach. On page 24, there is a notation that reads, quote, in addition to the above appeals policy, the city provides an additional appeals process in paragraph, end quote. 25.05.070, appeals and requests for review of discretionary action. The proposed public arts program ordinance should be modified to include the terms similar to 25.05.070 to be consistent with other city appeals processes. Appeals of the Cultural Arts Director, discretionary decisions should be appealable to the Arts Commission, and discretionary decisions made by the Arts Commission should be appealable to the City Council. The City Council is the accountable body in the city of Laguna Beach. Non-elected officials are not here to make final decisions you are. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Wayne. Anybody else?
Good evening again. I agree with Wayne Baglin. I urge you not to relinquish your authority over the final approval of public art. The proposed policy is an overreach of the authority you should have to make a decision based on a much broader public participation that a council meeting provides. And the policy in the document says that the city council shall accept the recommendation of the Arts Commission, except in cases where the decision is not supported by substantial evidence or constitutes an error or abuse of discretion. This is language that relates to the Design Review Board approval, which is a completely different kind of function. And I think that art should be a process that everyone works on together, and that we should not be setting up an adversarial relationship between the council and the commission, such that the council would have to find that the commission was in error or abused their discretion. I don't think that that's a positive way to achieve an art program, and I don't think that council should give up its function as elected officials to be in charge of how the city spends its money on art. I use the example in my letter about the sculptures that were proposed for the village entrance with the colorful mushroom shapes that engendered such a controversy. And that didn't have to happen if the process that the commission used was more collaborative and involved working on the process from the very beginning. Public Works projects and the Arts Commission, those need to be worked out together. The designers of those projects and the commission should be involved at the very beginning to talk about where the art is appropriate to be placed and what is the philosophy, the goal of the project. Those kinds of things were not understood by the commission when they placed that piece that became so controversial. They were asked to participate early on, and they said, no, we'll do it at the end. And so their goal seems to be that they want to be completely independent and completely in control of everything to do with art, when really art is part of our community, and our community wants to participate in that. And it happens at the commission, but those meetings are very obscure and not well attended. And once it comes to the council, that's when the community really sees it. And the fact that that project got rejected is an example of something that is amiss in their process. So I'd like to suggest that they work into this document a system of collaborating with the designers of the projects that the city is proposing from the very beginning, so that it can be more harmonious and be part of the public process when that project is being considered. Thank you.
Any other comments? No. You guys have any response to any of the comments that were made?
Well, sure. Let's talk about the authority issue because, this is a major change. It is consistent with the Planning Commission and Design Review Board, but authority is always an important and sometimes controversial topic in any public process. I think you were dealing with that earlier tonight in various ways. And a policy about authority and decision-making is necessarily a compromise. It's a meeting point of competing interests. And this set of proposed policies does several things in addition to or related to clarifying the role and authority of the Arts Commission in aesthetic and artistic decision-making. And by that, I mean, first of all, it sets criteria that the public and the artist, the developer, all the stakeholders in the community can understand. And that has not been the case up till now. Someone mentioned in their public comments that the criteria are vague. Well, artistic and aesthetic criteria are always, to some extent, subjective, but these criteria go a long way towards establishing an objective basis for decision-making and for justifying how and why decisions are made and recommendations are adopted.
Anything else?
I would just like to point out a positive project that I think showed how the city works well on certain projects, and that was the mural that was installed on the walkway bridge over the storm channel that links Laguna Canyon Road and Laguna Frontage Road, where Public Works and the county sought an opportunity to include public art and included the Arts Commission right from the beginning. They collaborated with us, and I think that shows where good practice ends up with really wonderful artwork and wonderful additions to our public art collection. So we're seeking more of that collaboration and more of those opportunities, and looking for a document like that, like this, that would help the Arts Commission in making its decision-making process.
I had a question, and Mr. Fain, I did receive Mr. Fain's letter and looked through it, and he raises a number of points, some of which I agree with and some of which I don't. But a lot of his points, the thrust of a lot of his points, is that the city shouldn't have anything to do with private art. We're consolidating a bunch of, as you said, policies that were here, there, and elsewhere. Are we making any changes with respect to how we deal with private art projects, or is this just a consolidation of what we've been doing for years?
Yes, thank you for that question. And I believe it's a misperception. The proposed policies do not change the scope of review for the Arts Commission. They're reviewing the same categories of works that they currently do. But just to clarify, if you want to commission and place a work of public art in your private property, wonderful. It's probably going to be a big plus. In the case of murals on private property that are within the public right of way or public view, they are now currently subject to Arts Commission review and remain so under these. We didn't make any changes in that scope of review, I would call it.
Yeah, thank you.
So if I may clarify, if somebody wants to just put a piece of art on their property and it's not a part of the development agreement funds that would purchase that art, they could do what they want, correct?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, there are other cities ordinances which might apply, a sign ordinance, things about, lewdness or religious content, they may apply.
Well, I'm just trying to clarify that, and I think this might go to Steve's comment. So you have one of two choices. You can either, what is it, 1%, Sean, that the development fee? You can either contribute that 1% of the project to the Arts Commission and they would deal with the art, or you could work with an artist to develop your own art. So really, that's not technically private money. That's a part of the fee. And it just is a choice on which way the developer wants to go.
Yes, that's accurate. That's correct.
Yeah. You want comments, Alex? You want a couple? I got a few.
I forgot what page it's on, but it talks about how the Arts Commission will only, on page 14 of the report at the top, in the top paragraph, that the commission will consider proposals for donations and loans during the first 3 months of the year. Is there a reason for that?
Administrative convenience.
So if somebody wants to
It's-
donate it in April, that doesn't mean that you're going to say pound sand. You'll like work with them to figure out an opportunity to get that donation.
Yes.
Okay, good. And then the other,
You promised to read this carefully and I can see you did.
the other issue is, I guess in terms of, I'm still confused about this whole mural issue. So the issue, the mural was a private mural, not related to any of the policies here, right? But it's because it was in the right of way, so that subjected it to the Arts Commission. Am I getting that right, Sean?
I'm not familiar.
We have a mural ordinance for private murals.
And
Okay.
it's within zoning and under signage. So the proposal is to take that mural out of the signage and put it into a public art ordinance. So it would take all these different elements and put them all in one place where they're currently kind of scattered around. But murals, if they're murals on private property, we've seen a lot in the downtown. And currently the process is they would go before the Arts Commission for approval. And then a memo goes from the city manager to the city council and the planning commission, and you have 10 days to appeal the decision of the Arts Commission. So there's a waiting period. The same with art in public places, that the proposal is, the location has been approved by the planning commission, that the proposal for the artwork goes to the Arts Commission, then the Arts Commission brings it to the city council to get your authority when the location has already been approved. And sometimes that can take a little while, and this would expedite that process by having the private property owner or the developer be able to move forward with that proposal. So that just to give you some context of what happens currently and how this would streamline that.
And then do we know when our joint meeting with the Arts Commission is going to be?
Yeah. Give me a minute. I saw it on my calendar.
So it'll happen at some point soon. Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
So Sean, is there flexibility when it comes to some of these murals in the event that it's temporary?
Flexibility in time or location? In time, yes, there is. So there's an opportunity to have that dialogue where there is an expectation with the artist and with the property owner or the host of saying, we would like this up for 2 years or a year, or in 2 years, we'd like to review it and then extend its exhibition, or the property owner doesn't want to extend its exhibition, but it manages expectations. It also provides a dialogue of understanding, which I think is really important to understand what everybody is agreeing to.
Do you think that it would have affected the denial of the mural that was referenced earlier?
I don't think it would have. There were other issues that were brought up by people in the canyon about having such a large scale urban piece in a canyon setting opposite the entrance to Orange County parks. So those were other things, not just the mural, but there were other things that the Arts Commission took into consideration.
Thank you.
Well, I guess I've got a few thoughts to share and comments. Probably one of the big issues that I had, and a couple of the comments tonight was, how are we going to handle the process of appeal, or the ability to appeal? And I think on the summary of recommended policy changes, I'm going to use the numbers on our agenda report, which are the bigger numbers at the bottom. I'm confused. We've got two sets of numbers here. Page 7. Currently, the City Council reviews all Arts Commission decisions, and then the recommended policy really goes, but it goes to sort of the error or abuse of discretion, concept. And there really isn't a procedure for, and maybe this would come in the ordinance, there really isn't a procedure for the appeal, which is who appeals? How does it get done? Is it like the tree removal ordinance when we get 48 hours or something notice and we have to decide whether we want to hear it? I mean, that's one approach. Generally, I think, us not approving all the Arts Commission actions is a good thing. I think we ought to minimize that. But I do think there needs to be an appeal right, and it has to be, and maybe it's that way. Which you just said, that's how the murals are, I guess. Council can pull them up after, or if you want to, within a certain amount of time. Maybe that applies to any situation, and that's the mechanic that you use for appeal. I think also we have, and maybe the city attorney would end up working on some of this language. Yeah, I don't think to me, it's not an error or abuse of discretion because that doesn't really, the criteria aren't objective enough to apply that standard, I don't think. But we do have, I think, like in our de novo hearings, we still have language about presumption in favor of the decision of the commission, or the body below, that there's, that should, I don't remember, the exact language doesn't come into mind, but there should be, it's presumed to be, a valid action within the confines of their regulatory scheme. So, deference to them, and maybe that's the way we could go on that one. I generally, so yeah, so that's the big issue for me, sort of the appeal. I think there's some technical things in here that I was a little bit uncertain about. There's the term public art program is used. And it's not clear to me whether that includes the private, the artwork that's done under the development program as well as the public art. And I think in some places, the term public art program gets used in a way that we maybe don't intend it to be, if it encompasses the development, the private piece. So I think that needs to be looked at. I think a lot of the time frame is really good stuff. The deaccessioning criteria is really good. I think on page 17, under the criteria for deaccessioning, I guess those are a little different. It looked like maybe there was a repeat one in there, but one of the fourth from the bottom is the artwork is significantly incompatible or inferior in the context of the collection. And the first bullet point is the artwork does not meet the aesthetic or artistic standards of the collection. Maybe that's slightly different, but it looked a little repetitive. But then I get to page 19. And this is just a policy decision on memorials. And I've had some discussions with one member of the Arts Commission. I think the hard ban on memorials honoring individual persons are not eligible is I think it's too hard a ban. There ought to be an ability for, either the Arts Commission or the council, if it's somebody that they think has made a significant contribution to the city or as recognition, or, you know, somebody like Alex becomes famous and, you know, he's president someday, we want to put a statue down on the promenade. You couldn't do it under this policy.
That would be-
So, I think that my personal view, I would like to see some criteria around that would allow some flexibility with a higher standard. It's not just anybody wanting to slap a memorial, you know, in Heisler Park. I also question whether, you know, this covers monuments, memorials, markers, or plaques. You know, any plaque. I mean, we put plaques on buildings, like when you have a new fire station, there's going to be a plaque that says, you know, constructed this and that date, and the city council was these people. We've got plaques over at the Suzy Q doing a similar thing. So I don't know if we need a carve out for that, but that seemed a little overly broad to me. The murals, we just had a good discussion on. I think I understand that. The George's point was fine with me to go to the 9 to 12 months from the 6. That's probably a good change. Bottom of 23, this is that whole process of appeal and the standards, so that where it currently says it has to be not supported by substantial evidence or abuse of discretion. Under my proposal, that would change. And then, you know, the page 24, and this is where I maybe got a little confused by the public art collection definition and what it encompasses, because we talk about City of Laguna Beach responsibilities. And, you know, obviously those would just apply to the public art, but it does use the term public art collection. So again, that's one where I think you need a narrower definition if we're really just talking about city responsibilities for public art. Let's see if I had anything else. There are other minor things here that I can share, but I think those were the main ones.
Bob, I have a question on what would be the, you might have said this and I missed it, but for the appeal process, what would be the basis for appeal?
Well, I mean, it could be like we do the murals currently, right? Where it could be that if a council member wants to have an art commission decision heard, you could have it heard. I mean, that's one approach. I don't know.
So we would go through our process of trying to see if we could get it on the agenda.
That's what I think.
Well, you could do that. You could do that too.
Yeah.
You could use the council member add to agenda approach, but you'd probably have to set a time limit, right? But within X number of days of the Arts Commission action, you'd have to, a council member or council members would have to bring it up.
Because, you know, on our appeals for like design review board and planning commission, you can't just say you don't like it. You know, you have to say, you know, I don't like this variance, or there's a view issue, or, you know, there's a window somewhere. It's specific, but you know, what I don't want is, I don't like that, you know, because we're a creative community. We have a lot on our public art. I think this planning commission or the arts commission does an excellent job with all this vetting.
Yeah, I agree.
So what I don't want is, I don't like that, you know. To me, that's like, I don't like Taylor Swift, or, you know, I don't like particular kind of artist, or I don't like particular kind of, you know, just because one person doesn't like it doesn't mean it's not good art. Yeah, I don't know. It's art to me is a little different breed of cat than these other, you know, discretionary bodies that, you know, are held by a set of rules.
I understand what you're saying, but now with the policy that we have with So, so I guess that would be a council person's appeal. If they wanted to appeal it, then it would be brought before the whole council and it would be agreed upon, right? So there's two different things. One, if it's a council appeal versus two, if it's a private appeal, right? So you could just make it where the member of the public that would like it to have it appealed would bring it to the council and the council would determine whether or not it's an appealable.
Well, the other thing is, I mean, if we're going to do that, then there should be an appeal fee. We just don't get to have free appeals. I don't want that happening because, you know, people come, oh, I don't like it. Let me see if Mark will put it on the agenda, but there's no consequence for it. There's no reimbursement for the time we're spent on it. Yeah.
I think I'm on the same, I mean, we don't want to be micromanaging the public art program. I certainly don't have the expertise of, you know, the arts commissioners to do that. So I think in a way, it's sort of our judgment up here. Like if we want to be if the voters want a council who micromanages the public art, then that's what they'll have. And so you're right, Sue, there's no way to kind of it's not like design review where there's findings. And so I personally think that we should empower, you know, because art is controversial by nature. And so that's something that we should embrace. We shouldn't, you know, let bureaucracy undermine that. So I don't know what the right language is, but it's sort of to me like, you know it when you see it, if there's an issue, because I think this idea of an abuse of discretion makes sense. But as Bob pointed out, it's hard without findings that you can demonstrate that there was an abuse of discretion, because otherwise it's entirely subjective. So I don't know, maybe the city attorney's office can figure out a way to come up with an appeal process that incorporates.
Okay, Megan.
I understand both of the concerns, and I mean, I'm not a rule guy. I don't like a lot of rules. That's why I hope we can fine tune this plaque and all of this stuff. I just as soon not have all of that burdened by all those rules. But we are talking about public art, and so if we're denying, I don't know, it just seems like we should have some kind of a mechanism to evaluate something if need be, maybe some criteria or something. I don't know. It just seems like there should be a way for the.
Sure.
So, yeah, the appeals process is. Sorry. Thank you. The appeals process is often, you know, like the issue of authority is often a kind of hot button topic, particularly as Mayor Pro Tem was saying, because we're dealing with aesthetic issues, with matters of taste. So a couple of things. First of all, the appeals process, which is set forth on page 27 of your packet, is actually very specific. There's a specific process, there's a procedure at the bottom half of that page. And the abuse of discretion, I think, is the phrase Councilmember Whalen used, is not actually what we're talking about. We're saying that the appeal would be based on the Arts Commission not applying the specific criteria and guidelines that are, you know, proposed in these policies. And you know, the artist and art selection criteria are really quite detailed and specific. There are 9 different criteria. And so if someone wants to make an appeal to the Arts Commission, they can look to see the basis on which that decision was made and compare it, not just as a matter of process, but as a matter of these criteria. Was the artist qualified or not? Well, perhaps the Arts Commission said the artist is not qualified to do this work, but that's factually wrong. So there is pretty clear basis for appeal and guidelines for how to do it. As far as the appeals above that to City Council, you know, we have simply, you know, adopted your existing policy for appeals to council on and similar matters, like, as you say, the Planning Commission or Design Review Board. And we would be happy to, if you wanted to change that, if you wanted to change the basis of appeal to City Council. We were focusing on the appeals at the commission level.
Well, I think the one I was referring to, and this, I guess, is limited to the approval process for public art and private development on page 23.
Yes.
That's
a
the one
separate
that talks about the city council shall accept the recommendation of the Arts Commission, you know, unless there's substantial evidence or abuse of discretion. Which is different than,
Yes, that is that is a different process than on page 27.
so is 27 dealing with the public art on public property?
Yes.
Oh, this is just a general.
Yes, general appeals provision for decisions of the Arts Commission.
Yeah, I do think, I don't know the answer. I don't know the right standard. I do think, you know,
So if it was appealed, excuse me, Bob,
yeah,
to design review or planning commission, then could it then be appealed up to council?
I think that'd be a question for the city attorney.
Under our code, decisions of those bodies are appealable to the city council. As drafted in the code, it references the entitlements. So I think there's a question of whether there would need to be a tweak to the language of DRB or Planning Commission appeals to the council to capture those appeals to Planning Commission or DRB over these issues specifically. I'm not sure. We'd have to look at the language more closely to evaluate whether that tweak would be necessary.
So, I mean, regarding the appeals, why don't we just have Megan draft the language? Because we have the criteria here, right?
yeah, I mean, I guess there's two aspects to an appeal, or potentially, because it raises it here, right? An applicant could appeal because they didn't like the way they get treated. But there's also, like under the current mural policy, there's just a council can request it or direct it to come as an appeal, which I think is, again, that goes back to the broader question of how does, you know, even if you use the abuse of discretion standard, how does the appeal to council happen, right? What triggers it? You know, what's the mechanism? And maybe it's just the mechanism of putting things on our agenda that we just adopted earlier tonight.
Any ideas?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a policy question in many ways. It's how do you, to the breadth of the appeal process, how broad do you want to make it and how much sort of discretion do you want? For example, in the call-up process, how much discretion do you want to give yourselves if you compare, you have different areas in the code or policies where you have different processes. So for example, you have a council call-up that's in your zoning code that has specific timing requirements. That is different than your appeals process, for example, in your tree policy. You have shorter timing requirements and a different process. And so there is an element of like, how much flexibility do you want to give yourself in reviewing these and calling them up? I mean, I think on the tree policy, there is a reason that the timelines are shorter. And so that may not be as necessary in this context. And so you may have more ability to, you know, go through the normal processes in your zoning code for a call up, for example. And so that may make a lot more sense. Alternatively, you could do what Councilmember Whalen recommended, and it's just at your next, your next meeting, when you come to Councilmember requested items, you could ask for concurrence for that. I would recommend, if you're going to use that approach, though, that you have some outside date by which you can do that for these so that you can't a year later, for example, call something up. But it just depends on what you're looking for ultimately.
But all of those rules would go within an ordinance, correct?
Correct. And I do recommend whatever your appeals process is that it's clearly laid out, because without clear rules on appeals, it can be very confusing for everyone involved.
So let me, if I could ask a question. So I was just trying to look through here and see about the process. So on page 21, for example, there's the public art and private development and city capital projects. So then there's the approval process for public art and private development. Where's the approval process for public art in city capital projects?
It is the same as we were looking at before in the front of the book, which is your page 13 and 14. Artist and art selection criteria. And then there's a few other provisions, eligible and ineligible artworks. Site selection criteria. So those are intended to apply both to, developer works as well as city commissioned works. In fact, that's one of the consolidations and clarifications of these proposed policies.
I think it might be clearer if there were a section or a heading that was approval process for public art and city capital projects as well. I mean,
Can you say that again, please?
I said, I think like you have on page 23 for approval process for public art and private development. Again, I would do more segregating of private development and public city capital projects. If there were a heading, for example, it said approval process for public art and city capital projects, the kind of the parallel to the private, and things were, I think the whole thing would just be a little clearer in my mind if we had a section that dealt with city capital projects and a section that dealt with private development, public art and private development. They're kind of interwoven in here and it gets confusing. It's hard to keep it straight. And for those of us who don't deal with it, every day, that might be simpler. And it might be simpler for applicants too, right?
think
They
that's
come in
right.
and they look at it and they say, okay, this is a city capital project. It's, section A, or it's private development, it's
Yeah.
section B. Anyway.
Yeah. More implicitly called out.
It seems like that would be an opportunity to make sure that the Arts Commission is designed early on in any capital project by the city. And it would help us avoid, being involved at the tail end of it, when it could really, the site work or whatever could be designed to accommodate whatever artwork you guys are working with. So Sean, let me, on the fee, the 1% fee for the private development. So I guess it does not make, if the developer chooses to do his own artwork, it doesn't mean that it's public after that point, correct? Or does it? Is it become a public artwork or not?
It does become a public artwork.
Okay,
That doesn't mean they can't do additional work
right.
that is beyond the fee. And the fee amount has not changed at all.
Okay, and so then that piece would go into the maintenance program?
That the property owner is responsible for the maintenance of
Okay.
of the piece. There was some discussion about, if there was a piece that wasn't maintained, could the city maintain that piece and then charge the property owner to ensure that it is maintained? But that has not been included, but that was certainly a conversation.
Well, I guess one approach would be to just ask Sean and David and city attorney to take into account the comments we've made tonight and try to revise this and bring it back in an ordinance form.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. With the changes Bob was talking about delineating between public and private.
Yeah, I was going to say the comments that you've made tonight are easily doable
Yeah.
in revising this.
But again, I just want to make sure the appeal process has, and we follow, you have them lined out here. I want to follow a process. I don't want it to be, I don't like it. That's not a reason.
Right. I guess I'd also ask that, and I don't know if David has had a chance to review it, but to take a good look at the letter that we got from Wayne Baglin and Stephen Fain and just see whether certain of those elements can or should be incorporated. And then I think we had a one from Ann as well.
Yeah. I would agree with that.
Yeah, we had the one from Ann. So thank you. It's a lot of work.
You don't need a motion or anything, right?
What do we need to do in terms of motion?
Well, we've done 1 and 2 and direct staff, and we're doing 3, right? Direct staff to return. So I guess we would move the recommended action. Right? So I'd move the recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 You guys ready for 18?
I think I'm the one at the back end of things. Oh, yeah. It's all, yeah.
Okay, let's take us to item 18 on the regular order, and this is the award of contract for Park, Playground, and Recreation Master Plan.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is Frank Lopez, Assistant City Engineer. As you mentioned, the item before you is award of contract for our park, playground, and recreation master plan. A little bit of background for you. Originally, comprehensive park master plan was planned. However, a standalone playground master plan was eventually budgeted instead to expedite review of the playground conditions. An RFP was advertised for competitive bidding and subsequently awarded to Community Works Design Group to analyze 9 playgrounds, including 2 newly added playgrounds at Deliso Beach and the Community Recreation Center for wear and tear, safety, ADA accessibility, and then prioritize replacement. After initial meetings with the team, as well as a presentation to the Recreation Committee, became apparent that a comprehensive master plan would be better suited as it would look at to avoid duplication in efforts, to avoid conflicts, develop park playground themes that are consistent with each other. Some of the comments that came out of the Recreation Committee were regarding themes and how that the playground and the park interacted with the community. After those meetings, we developed a RFP for a combined master plan, which was posted again for public bidding. There were over 40 potential bidders. However, we only received 1 proposal, and that was from Community Works Design Group. We did receive a letter declining to submit a proposal due to their workload. We got some similar comments from other firms. A selection committee was formed, comprised of public works staff and transit and community services staff that evaluated the proposal based on experience and qualifications and deemed it a highly rated proposal. Additionally, staff also looked at recently awarded master plans with similar scopes to compare fee and scope and deemed the fee and scope reasonable and of good value. I will now hand it over to Director Michael Litchi.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Michael Litchi, Director of Transit Community Services. So I just wanted to provide a few brief comments about why this Parks, Recreation, and Playground Master Plan is beneficial and what the project would entail. So to start, preparing a plan like this is really a best practice in the recreation field. Most cities prepare a recreation master plan about every 10 years that covers its parks and recreation facilities. So we did a quick survey of surrounding cities, San Clemente, Dana Point, Seal Beach, Huntington Beach, Carlsbad, Irvine, just to name a few. All of those cities have within the last 10 years prepared a similar plan to what we're proposing. Laguna Beach is fairly unique in the fact that it never has completed or had a council-approved Parks and Recreation Master Plan to help guide the city's investment in parks and recreation infrastructure and programming. So we're in the minority of cities on that front. Completing this project will allow the city to be more proactive in addressing parks and recreation needs within the city rather than being reactive to resident comments or complaints. And the plan will do a number of important things. First of all, allowing us to inventory our existing facilities and programming, and then benchmarking those facilities and programs against other peer agencies, peer cities on a per capita basis. That will help us see more clearly and using quantitative data where we stand, what we're doing well and exceeding our peers in, and what the unmet needs are and future recreation needs that we should focus on addressing. The study will also, as Frank alluded to, have the original scope of addressing park and playground needs and infrastructure repairs that need to be addressed. And overall, it will provide a really helpful roadmap for us as we look at future investments, both in the short term as well as the longer term. and also look at funding strategies and revenue enhancement or revenue recovery strategies that we can use to help fund our future programming. This chart shows the parks and playgrounds that are included in the larger master plan. As Frank mentioned, there were 9 parks with playgrounds that are going to be looked at specifically for the improvements that need to be done to the playgrounds. But then the larger study that we're proposing, the larger scope, includes some other parks, although it is focused on outdoor parks with active use rather than the smaller passive use pocket parks. And just wanted to also mention that this program is being coordinated with the facilities master plan, so we're avoiding any overlap between those two plans. So of course, as part of this project, public input is going to be a crucial component of preparing the master plan. And the consultant has prepared a robust public outreach and engagement program, includes meeting with key stakeholder groups, which will include both youth, senior, all age groups. We're also going to work with the consultant to ensure we have some geographic equity, geographic representation from throughout the city. We'll also work with the consultant to plan 4 different public workshops for the general public, 2 for initial input on parks and recreation needs and uses, and then 2 after the draft plan is produced to review that plan. Consultant will also be preparing a statistically valid survey that will go out to the community. And of course, there'll also be presentations and input from the Recreation Committee. They've already formed a subcommittee to help work on this issue, and there'll be additional opportunities for public comment through the Rec Committee as well as the City Council when the final report comes back to you for review and adoption.
Just to give you an idea, this larger comprehensive plan would take about 18 months. There are some milestones at about 3, 6, 12, and 15. 3 months, they'd be completing the inventory of the facilities and analyzing programs. Month 9, they'd be into the public outreach. Month 12, they'd be assessing needs. Month 15, preparing a capital improvement program for the parks and playgrounds and also funding strategies. And then finally, obviously, preparing draft and final master plans to bring forth to you. And so our recommendations tonight include authorizing the city manager to execute a consultant services agreement with Community Works Design Group in the amount of $356,427 to prepare the Park, Playground, and Recreation Master Plan, authorizing city manager to approve change orders for additional services that may be required in the amount not to exceed $36,000, transfer of $100,500 and project savings from the Bluebird Canyon Drive evacuation route widening to the citywide Park, Playground, Recreation Master Plan to bring the total project budget to $392,900. And then we would need to terminate the previous agreement with Community Works, agreement number 23-120 for the Playground Master Plan. And that concludes our presentation tonight. Happy to answer any questions.
Hey, thanks. Good presentation, you guys. Questions?
What the scope of the work is on this? I know you already have a consultant working on the specific playground portion of this, which are 9 playgrounds. So the focus of this is the use of parks that are determined to be used for activities for residents. And what are those activities? Walking, running, biking, pickleball, tennis, basketball?
Yes.
Yeah, so Councilmember Weiss, the scope of the original project was focused only on playgrounds, the play structures, parks with playgrounds where kids play. The larger project that is before you tonight for approval is, as you said, we'll look at uses across the city for active uses of our parks. So looking at, for example, pickleball has been a big issue. So part of the study will be looking at the pickleball facilities that we currently have, how that compares on a per capita basis with other cities, looking at opportunities to, whether there is an appetite based on community survey and outreach for additional pickleball facilities or additional soccer fields or additional baseball fields, and what opportunities within the city there are to add those amenities or programs as well. So it's also looking at programming, not just the facilities themselves.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, why do you think we didn't get very many? We only got one response. It's kind of unusual.
It is, as I mentioned, we had over 40 potential bidders. We did have we had questions that were asked. I mentioned we received a letter for someone just regretfully declining because of their workload. And we did hear other